Hello! Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it is freezing where I am, and I know I say that a lot, but this time I'm not speaking figuratively. It is actually below 32 degrees Fahrenheit or 0 degrees Celsius. And it turns out the room I'm in does not have great insulation, so here we are. I'm all bundled up in like my winter coat. I have a hat that I might actually use, but I feel like I might need to hear my co-casters. Anyway, we're about to get started with the Soloway knockouts. I mean, on top of it being unbearably cold, I've also been awake for like 13 hours, so we're going to see how long I can go today. I'm definitely going to do the first two segments. For sure, I think we have Michael Schuster with us as my co-caster for those. And then, depending on how awake I am, we'll try and do the third and fourth sets as well. It would be good to then get on like the regular schedule for commentary for the rest of the week, because I do plan to be here all week. But, oh, this is going to be a tough day, I have to say. But here we go. So the players have already started. There's a 30-minute delay. And I have no idea what matches we're going to be able to see. Hey, Lapras. Ouch. Yeah, it's been a rough one. I still haven't really recovered from like Thanksgiving madness last week. But we're here. We're gonna do our best to bring exciting and lively commentary. So there was this article that I think Jan is going to put up basically every day. It seems that she wants to get the opinions of people about what matches to watch. I put in my votes, but I imagine we're going to see the top four. So we have Rosenthal against Kaplan. Those teams are a bunch of Norwegians playing with Rosenthal and Silverstein and Chris Walenkin, up against Kaplan, who I assume is Adam Kaplan, playing with Gary Kohler. I don't know who Brown is. Bill Pollock and Sam Lev, maybe? Is that possible? I have no idea who this team is, but so that seems to be the most popular one. Hey, Eric. Thanks for braving the cold. It's... I mean, being in bed under a bunch of blankets has not necessarily helped. So, I feel like, I'm just going to have to deal with the cold. And it's a lot different from being in Florida, where I was last winter. That's for sure. I was a lot more comfortable down there. Other big matches that have been voted for are LOL against Dinkin. My god, please no. LOL against Dinkin. I mean, the LOL team does have some exciting players. Hemant Lal and Reese Milner just won a gold in Buenos Aires for the senior team. Gruen Moss, of course, were members of the Fleischer squad that kind of checked out in the quarterfinals, I think it was, in Buenos Aires. But, sorry, I'm like trying to coordinate things. Potential co-casters have been messaging me, but there were 103 teams that entered into this thing this year, which is crazy. Dinkin team has the most exciting player. That's true. Owen Lean is kind of a wild and crazy player. I'm with you there. That I'm certain that we're talking about the same person. But yeah, Platnik, Rosenberg, they're solid. Gruen Moss, we just talked about them, are solid. Sam Dinkin playing with, I assume that's Jacob Freeman. I met him, in fact, last year when I was up at the Jane Street office. Oh, are matches starting? No, not yet. He's like half my size. And that's kind of crazy because I'm like half of a normal person's size. So we could almost say that he's like a quarter of a normal person's size. But he's played on some pretty good teams. So I guess he's just latched onto the Dinkin team. It seems like Sam hasn't really found someone that he wants to play with. I hope for Sam's sake that he's not just waiting for someone who will win an event with him, because his system doesn't allow that to happen. But hopefully he's just looking for a fun partner that he can enjoy playing with and doesn't continue like hiring and firing pros left and right. What are the other matches that we got? So those look like the top two. We also have Bailey against Rombo, which Bailey is made up a lot of American players, Don and Jansma. Dan Corbell playing with Bill Bailey. And then they have the Israelis, Bierman and Payton. Rombo, the Rombo father-son partnership, I think, usually play for France. This should be fun. They have a very young partnership from, I think Lehrman is from Denmark, and Heiberg Evenstad is from one of those countries in Europe. Yes? We'll go with that. But a very young partnership here. And then Aachen and Welland. That could be an exciting match. Obviously, the Bailey team has a sponsor. Norway, I would believe you. If he's from Norway. He might be from Norway. Gandolius says yes, I believe the Norwegian. We also have Gansen against Zimmerman. So I'm not convinced this will be a good matchup. Also, I have no idea how this list was organized by Jan Martel, because I mean, there's zero chance that Zimmerman is this low of a seed. So I assume this is just not sorted by seeding, but then I have no idea how it's sorted. It's clearly not alphabetical. But lots of fun matchups for sure. Hopefully we'll get to watch a few of the more exciting teams throughout the event. I would expect Zimmerman to move on. I would expect Fleischer to move on. Expect Rosenthal to move on. There isn't a bracket, unfortunately. Bridge Winners often does a bracket on the top of their page, and they don't have that. Okay, we got Street against Dyson. Were those voted for? These couldn't possibly have been ones that were voted for. Where is Street? Yeah, this is... No. Someone screwed up. Jan screwed up. She clearly didn't pick the ones that people voted on. Well, this is a major blunder. I mean, why even have the poll if you're not going to select the teams that people vote on? That seems like a big mistake. Michael says, hopped on Discord. I'd do Dinkin, but Street is possible. We can try and do Dinkin. Oh, Michael, we're not doing Discord. We're going to be on BBO, I assume. I mean, you're welcome to be... I don't want to tell you to shut down your Discord, but... yeah, that's not where I'm going to be doing the commentary from. I mean, my stream will be up, so, you know, people don't have to feel obligated to join on BBO, but yes, I will be on their official channel doing the commentaries. We can do Dinkin. I know that the fans love it, and if you're familiar enough with the system, like, hold on, I have a chat command for this, right? No, that's not the chat command. Hold on, I have this thing. Is it on my desktop somewhere? It is. Do I really not have a command for this? Does that look right to anyone? Is this the sense the system? I hope so. They might have changed systems too. Oh, finally someone has talked some sense into him. We can play, wait, what? How come I can't log into my Nightbot account? Oh, I can. They updated Nightbot and no one told me? Okay, give me a second. Dinkin. They changed the system to decrease variance since Sam started hiring a third pair. Well, he doesn't have a third pair for this event. I also noticed there's a lot of four-handed teams. There's not as many sponsors as I expected. I wonder if Nickel got knocked out or if they didn't enter. Like, Nickel's not here. What are some other teams that probably would have been here? Like, who's the guy? Raj. Is he playing with Gavin in this tournament? Do they have a team? Are they just doing pairs? Or is he not playing? I have no idea. I'm so out of the loop. I don't know who anyone's playing with anymore. Rosenthal Kaplan, Rombo Bailey. Oh, Street is gone. Excellent, excellent. Hey, moderator. Wait, they do have six-hand? Jan is just lying to us. Jan put up this poll on bridge winners, and there's just, like, no factual information in the poll whatsoever. Okay. Interesting. Yes, Jan lied. Gotcha. Good, good. So, let's see. Who's their third pair? They have Owen Nielsen, Jason Feldman, and Luke Verhees. Wait, what? I thought Luke retired from bridge. Did I miss something? Or is there like a little Luke Verhees? No. No. The big Luke Verhees is Luke Verhees Jr., yeah? Oh, I can already tell this is just going to be a rough cast. We'll get through it, though. You wonder if Jason and Luke were dropped from the roster for slow play? Good one. Good one. Maybe for having their cell phones in the playing room. They didn't want to get banned from the event or something, or have their visas revoked, or lose citizenship, be deported to Mexico. I mean, all of these things could happen at a bridge tournament, of course. I mean, do we have Dinkin on? Does anyone know what matches we're going to watch today? I'm going to see if they've started play. I don't want to do either of these matches. I mean, I'm happy to do them, but let's just see if they've actually started play at one of them. Okay, they have. Oh, Michael, you're right. Yeah, do they just use seeding from the qualifiers instead of seeding points now? That would explain why Zimmerman was seeded so low. That makes sense to me. I think among these matches, I would prefer to do Street for the first set because Street just won the whatever it was, the spin gold, right? Is that true? Or did Street lose to Delimpel Tadakis in the spin gold? I don't remember who it was, but that was the final. Swiss is weighted heavier than seeding points. Gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, it would kind of be interesting to see the Street team for just one segment, but they're not the most exciting team in the event for sure. I'm waiting to see if we can get more tables. I'm hopeful that we're actually going to have 4 matches. This was promised, and I know I shouldn't trust people who make promises in the bridge community. Oh, but here we go. Roke against Fleischer. So wait a second. Let me pull that poll back up. Where's this poll? Okay, we have Rosenthal Kaplan. That's not here yet. Fleischer was not what... Yeah, Jan basically just picked whatever matches she wanted and didn't care about the poll result. Fine. Okay, these are our choices. Michael, pick. Where are we headed? We have Kaplan, Rosenthal, Roke, Fleischer, Street, and not Street, and Rombo, Bailey. These are our choices for today. Or at least for this set. Happy to go wherever you want. Give you a moment. Done. Table 8. Cementa Versace. That would be a good one. They just got silver in Buenos Aires for the Italian Open team. Are you going? Do you really want to wait for the full set before we jump in? I'm happy to go there now. Seems like a good table. All right, let's get rid of my webcam on here. And let's get ready to move on in to Roke. Is it Roche or Roke? How to pronounce Roche name.
This is the name of a Swiss multinational healthcare company, but it's also...
This is not helpful. I just want to hear them pronounce the name. That was a very much not effective video. I'm also sorry if that was super loud for anyone else. Okay, all right, let's go there. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on what time zone you're in. I'm joined by Michael Schuster to bring you coverage of the first segment of play in this match, Fleischer against Roche from Las Vegas, Nevada, round of 32 Soloway Knockouts Fall National Championships. And it looks like we're already in with a very exciting first board, a little bit of artificiality coming out from East here, opening a diamond, bidding a no trump, and now showing their club suit. They do find the diamond contract.
So my theory is that one no trump was a transfer to clubs. It was just populated that way. So a lot of players who use an unbalanced diamond, especially if you use it as unlimited, have the one diamond openers rebids be transfers, which helps handle the more unlimited range. Meanwhile, West just accepted the transfer, which leads me to believe that two clubs, they're saying it's an artificial invite. But if I was playing one no trump as a showing clubs, I would play the two clubs bid as showing a minimum preferring clubs to diamonds because I'm a simple soul. But they seem to have found a way to complicate it even further. So this looks fine. You have two aces to lose. There's no ruff coming. So they got their spade trick.
Trump's 2-2. Declare is not going to have any issue pulling trumps, and if North decides to stick in the jack of spades at trick one, then a spade can go away on the ace of hearts.
Yeah, and Declare will try for that because they don't know that there's only one trump loser.
Right, so good start for East-West. I mean, it does look like 3 no trump may have fetched if they did end up there, but this is a much more comfortable contract with the diamonds splitting.
Let's see which is better. I guess it would take 3-1 diamonds behind you. Would 4-0 diamonds onside beat you? Because you don't have entries. So 4-0 diamonds onside might beat you also. In diamonds. In no trump. In no trump is awkward because you can't run the clubs and then cash the ace king of hearts later. You might just, let's say if they lead a spade, just win and lead a high diamond out of your hand, and if that holds, just hope that you have 9 tricks. With 5 clubs, a diamond, a spade, and 2 hearts.
Yeah. There is also the extra consideration here that it might only be possible to reach the west hand one time to lead diamonds up towards the king-queen. I guess that's kind of a moot point, because if they take the ace of spades, the king of spades is an entry, and otherwise you can pitch spades after crossing to the club queen. But yeah, you might have some issues leading up towards the king queen of diamonds a couple times.
Now note that you can afford to, in diamonds, let's say if North wins the ace of spades and plays one back, you can afford to win the king of spades and dummy and cash the ace king of hearts at some point, planning on pitching clubs, but use that first spade entry to lead a diamond up, and then when you get to dummy later on with the queen of clubs, planning on leading a second diamond to pitch the 2 clubs in case clubs don't break. We can see that you don't need to do that because clubs are as well behaved as they could be, but Declare doesn't. Declare is worried about a club loser if they're 4-1 in the wrong hand.
Yeah, for sure. So queen of hearts switch, Declare is just gonna pitch a club to lead a diamond up. I mean, this looks like a little bit of strange defense, but there really just wasn't anything that North-South could do with the diamonds behaving. So this will be 400 points for East-West. Good start for the...
Wonder who East-West are. It would be nice to have names to put to the hands.
Hopefully those will fill in after the first board.
If they don't fill in, I'm gonna be tempted to scamper off to another table where I at least know who's playing.
I believe we saw. Well, I'm pretty confident that Fleischer or Marty Fleischer doesn't like playing the first segment usually, so we're probably going to be seeing Gruen Moss as well as Versace Cementa for the Fleischer team. And then for Roche, any minute now, we'll get some player names in here.
So North could have inserted the 10 of diamonds on the first round, and then it would go 10 king ace, and then if Declare led the second round from dummy and North followed small, they would have a chance to take what is known as an idiot's finesse.
Yeah, that would not have been indicated for Declare, because no defender would pop up with the jack or 10 from jack 10 third there. But
okay, we've got Gord McCormind east and Hargreaves west, if you remember Hargreaves' first name. Okay, this should be a good table. Gord, I've known Gord for a while. He's a very fine player. I'm sure I've heard of Hargreaves. I feel like that's maybe Reginald Hargreaves from the Umbrella Academy, but I can't be sure.
That would be a treat. having him sitting here playing today. But it is worth noting that all these players have made it already through a grueling 2-day Swiss to get here. There were 103 teams that have entered, so we cut about 2/3 of the field to get down to 32 teams. And these are some of the best teams remaining in the event, but it only gets harder from here. A full-day knockout against another very strong team, and especially Fleischer, who was just down in Buenos Aires a little while back, about a month ago. Different team then. So spade takeout double by South, a little bit unusual, but this is something that I think a lot of the Italian players are pretty familiar with, making some off-shape takeout doubles, especially when they don't feel confident overcalling at the 2 level on their own.
It's an ugly hand because you're red on white, and if you bid 2 diamonds and things go south, that jack third of spades is just like 3 losers and a trump promotion away for you. So it could get really bloody. Meanwhile, the actual double north is slamish, and if you look at just the north-south cards, slam is actually not terrible. It's not great. It requires bringing in the hearts because you can pitch 2 spades on the. If they lead the king of spades, you can. You could actually pitch your club losers away on the king queen of diamonds, but either way, you need to hold your heart losers to 1, which you can't. To 0, which you can't do on this slide of the cards.
Yeah, that queen jack fourth of hearts in opener's hand. The somewhat light opening bid 5-4 in the majors, 11 count over there, no aces, is going to doom any sort of slam prospects for north-south. Now, are north-south going to be able to stay low on this board? Because does 5 hearts even make if they end up getting there?
I think it can make, but whether it will make is another problem. Let's see. It's super easy. Let's say East leads the king of spades, and if you try taking the ace king queen of diamonds, he roughs, score 1 trump trick, and then they still have a trump and a club to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think, as Michael said, 5 hearts definitely can make if Declare is very careful, and he might work out to be careful depending on how the defense goes. But I think this is a big decision for North. Again, he has this relatively strong hand, a bunch of aces, a good 6-card heart suit. His partner's made a takeout double. Can he stay low? It's only 12 high card points.
I think it's kind of interesting to interpret the auction, right? Because from North, Q bid just set up a force, and then South bid their natural 3 diamonds, right? North bid 3 hearts, saying I'm coming in hearts, and now South bid 3 spades, which I could see, some people might think this is a Q bid. Now, South here, clearly looking at his hand, bid 3 spades, just sort of fishing for 3-0 trump, which is how I like to play it, where if 3 spades might be some sort of slam try, or it might show some very distributional hand, or it might be looking for 3-0 trump, it's always looking for 3-0 trump. So it goes 3 spades, now North Q bids 4 clubs, and South's like, no, I want off crazy train now, please, let's just play 4 hearts. And North with an excellent hand is continuing the auction. So South's going to pass this, I think.
Right, and I don't know whether 4 spades was kickback because 5 diamonds would be the right response, or if 4 spades was just a Q bid, in which case 5 diamonds would be the right response. But they've gotten to 5 hearts.
Have a lot of key cards to bid 5 hearts if it was kickback, but
Yeah, South's pause makes it sound as if North was Q-bidding 4 spades and South was Q-bid 5 diamonds. And, South has one of the big things that you look for when you're fishing for slams, which is this source of tricks and diamonds. His diamonds didn't have to be this good. He could have had the queen of clubs instead without the diamond queen, and then his hand would be a lot worse. But he does only have 3 hearts.
And I think he's thinking of this in the context that he signed off over 4 clubs.
Mm-hmm.
and partner made a slam try anyways, and can his hand really be better for having signed off over 4 hearts without even bidding 5 diamonds along the way? And he chooses well, and they're in some danger here at the 5 level with the bad breaks, but I mean, we could be having a different discussion if the East hand was King, Queen, 5th, Queen and 1, too small, King, Queen, 4th, about how they missed this slam.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so East has to find an opening lead, and I think that may give Declare some hope. Because if East leads the King of Spades, well...
I think if East leads the King of Spades, Declare will realize there's no rush. Like, they discard the clubs are just as good as discarding the spades.
Right.
So he'll lay down the King of Hearts next.
Well...
Or he'll play a heart to the ace.
Yeah, he might play a heart to the ace.
Plays a heart to the ace, he's just cooked, right? Yeah, he's cooked if he plays a heart to the ace.
Yeah, it's going to be all over if Declare tries that. And I think it makes a lot of sense to play a heart to the ace. Now, East would have to find a duck in tempo, for one thing, which is not so obvious, but probably should be done.
I wonder if the reason to not play a heart to the ace might be that that's your only sure late entry to the dummy. Well, I guess you have a diamond. You don't go a diamond void. It does seem a natural play, and then winning play is probably just to pass the 5 of hearts.
I think you actually might be onto something with King of Hearts, because if it was just guess which player has a heart void, of course you would guess East to have the heart void. Spades are 5-2 or 6-1 on this auction, and that's all the information you have. But there is some chance that we could use the 5th round of diamonds, I think.
So 4 pitches is useful. 3 pitches... 3 pitches is only marginally more useful.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Okay, he does play heart to the ace, and now Samantha is in trouble, and he is going to go down. There's just 2 heart winners in the East hand. No way to avoid those, and East will get a black suit trick as well. Either the spade queen or the club
if the
king.
diamonds were Jack 10-8 Tripleton, then your diamonds come in for 5 tricks.
Yes. Yeah, that would be a special way to make the contract from here, despite the 4-0 heart split. Probably not possible anymore. I guess East would need to have 4 small diamonds, specifically the 5-4-3 deuce, so that you can run all 5 diamonds before East roughs in.
That would make the clubs split rather wicked. 8-0.
Yes. Probably pretty unlikely.
But it's like out of that Eric Janerston book, The Only Chance. In that book, a classic, you find yourself in a series of situations that look completely, really, really hopeless. And the goal is to find the lie of the cards that allow you to extricate yourself from that situation.
It's a very valuable skill, because even a 1 or 2% chance does happen every 1 in 100 hands.
Or 2%.
Yeah, it happens about 2% of the time. So, unfortunately here, Samantha is going to look around for a while, and maybe he'll see something that I don't. It doesn't seem very likely to me, but I have been wrong before. Either way, it does seem as if he's going to be going down, and with the result from the other room, they were able to stop in 4 hearts, and they did make an over trick over there. This is going to be the first big swing of the match.
I wonder if he's thinking Jack 10-8 Tripleton of diamonds. Now he plays the Ace King Queen of diamonds, with East having Jack 10-8, pitching both the clubs. That East would be out of spades, but then he still can't get back to East would be out of clubs, wouldn't be able to cash a club, so he could pitch both the spades, and he couldn't get back to dummy to cash the last diamond.
Yeah, he really needed West to have Jack 10-8 Tripleton, but Not today.
How often do you look at a suit combination like that and say, like, oh, well, if Jack 10-8 or Tripleton, I can take an extra trick. I sometimes forget that chance even exists. To be honest, it's easy to overlook these things.
This has become a little bit weird. I'm wondering if he's going down 2 now. Because East will ruff and can then pull dummies trumps. And there's no way back. You can't ruff a club and you can't get back to dummy to score the jack of spades, even though East is going to get end played into leading the spade queen. So
now, I'm wondering why he went pitching his spades, the second of which was a winner because of the jack and dummy, rather than pitching his clubs, both of which were losers, because you can't realistically ruff one in dummy.
Yeah, it's not going to cost too much. Is it even going to cost an imp? 850 versus 750 is the same. So I don't think it costs an imp even. But this was... It feels like a rather lazy mistake that was made by North to give up the extra under trick here.
When I look at the history, it says my table, and it shows the result from the other table of 4 hearts making 5.
Yes, I noticed that too. There does appear to be a bit of a glitch that the scores from our room are appearing under the other table interface, and scores under my table are appearing, or are the results from the other room. So if you're confused about that, you're not alone. I think we're all confused a little bit. Hopefully that'll be rectified soon. Yeah, so East can just pull dummy's last trump and then get out of hand with the spade queen, and West will eventually score a club here for 2 down. Again, no imps really swung on this extra under trick because of the inflation on the imp scale as you get up to the larger numbers. But maybe not a good sign for the Italian pair. A little bit slow to get started.
A lot of pairs start slow and finish strong. It's a plus. They're playing this at 9:30 in the morning, and not California, in Vegas. I mean, Vegas is kind of California, so it's that's a hardship on the players, especially these guys who they don't live a lifestyle that wakes them up that early in the morning most days. A lot of bridge players are night people.
All right, there we have it, 13 imps. So,
all right, first blood to Fleischer. Fleischer, really?
Well,
no,
remember we have the scores flipped between.
Flipped, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the score is actually 13 imps for Roche, and so I guess we'll just have to keep the scoreboard inverted in our heads.
Well, this will be fun. Well, I mean, if Roche keeps scoring imps, then this match is going to be on all day long.
Yeah.
All right, that is a 2-spade opening bid.
This is a very exciting 2-spade opener. Favorable. South with just 2 jacks decides to
North
get in
pops
here.
it to 4, right? 2 spades, 3 diamonds, 4 spades double seems like an auction.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it looks like South has done okay for his side here because it is East-West hand. They can make 3 no trump or 5 diamonds or 5 clubs or 4 hearts. They can make a game in everything other than spades.
Looks like they're just plus 500 against 4 spades doubled. I don't think they can get a trump promotion because no one's short enough in anything, and Declare can just play ace and a trump when they're in. But it doesn't even have anything rough, so.
Now, an important question is whether or not Cemento will bid 4 spades with his hand, because a lot of that could depend on whether this 2-spade opener is normal for their partnership. If your partner's going to be opening 2 spades on hands like this, maybe you shouldn't be preempting so high with the north hand. He does decide to just bid 3 spades.
I kind of like when I have defense at the 5 level bidding 4 and hoping that I don't have too much defense for the 4 level, because sometimes that I don't want them to get their hands off their chests really for no trump. Really, 4-no trump? It doesn't seem realistic. I feel like double or 3-no trump are a lot more realistic.
I mean, it's a 15 count with a vulnerable partner that overcalled at the 3 level. He has a fitting diamond on her.
It does, but that king and a spade feels really sketchy. Well, how do they do in 5 diamonds? Looks like they just lose 2 aces. They can get a heart away on a club.
It does look like 4-no trump might be a trick shy. South does stick to his guns and lead 4th best. I mean, I assume West passes.
If it's natural, I mean, maybe he's supposed to bid 5 diamonds anyways. But if 4-no is natural and he passes, yeah. If 4-no is pick a minor, maybe he's just thinking about bidding slam if West picks clubs. But if it's T card in diamonds and West has 2 without, that it's a little awkward.
Yeah, it looks like West did interpret this as key card. I don't know if that's what East was intending with the.
So what's 13 imps between friends? I mean, board 2, board 3 is sort of the same thing. Does East just have to pass this out of desperation and hope that the partner has like king, queen, third of hearts and they break? Move the queen of spades into hearts. At least this has play.
I mean, I assume you hope that the king of diamonds is on side.
Oh, and the partner has another ace.
Yeah. But yeah, it is a good point that East now knows they're off 2 key cards.
Bid key card with 1. that's a. He did have 15 high card points, but that's a lot. I mean, if he was going to want to make a slam try of 4 spades, could have at least given you an exit opposite 2 key cards.
Yeah, now, I mean, East does kind of have what we might look at and interpret as the perfect hand for key card. If he's missing 4 key cards, and that's basically it. If partner has 4 of them, he can confidently bid a grand. But yes, you do have to be prepared for every key card response, and he was not prepared for a 5 heart response.
I wonder if East thought the 4-no was natural and West thought it was key card. That seems highly probable too.
Yeah, I think that's possible.
I would have just doubled 3 spades with the East hand. Like, I don't know where we're going. I've got some good hand. I've got some defense. I've got some hearts, whatever partner wants to do. I've got hearts and clubs and diamonds and spades. I've got all 4 suits. I'll just double.
Right, yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. That would be your only way to actually find a 4-4 heart fid, is to start with double on the East cards, where West could easily have 2-4-5-2. And felt a little bit stuck. Didn't want to make a takeout double with the Doubleton club. Had some chunky diamonds over there, ace, king, jack, 5th. Maybe some weak hearts like queen 4th or king 4th. And felt that 3 diamonds was better than a double over the 2 spade bid.
What would you do with the West hand if it went 2 spades, 3 diamonds, 3 spades, double? I can see it. I think 4 diamonds and 4 hearts are both, and pass are all in play.
Yeah, I guess.
I think North knows what to do.
Yeah, it is an interesting question, and I'm going to plead the 5th on this one, since we're in America here.
That's a good pleading.
In the
I kind of agree with that one. Spade lead is going to just. North didn't double this? Was he afraid double was going to call for an unusual lead? Not, I have 2 aces?
Yeah, maybe North was worried that double would ask for a diamond lead potentially, and just decides to let it go. I mean,
double of these cannot call for a lead in their opponent's source of treads. I mean, they just can't.
Yeah, that's probably a fair point.
Partner to lead a spade to get the maximum penalty, and I guess I'm sure Cement and Versace have very clear rules about what the double here implies. I like a double of 6-no trump to imply that I have this beat if you can find my 2 aces. Double of 7-no trump shows an ace somewhere.
Now,
and South led a club anyways. Jeez.
Right, yeah. South
down just 1.
So South finds the club lead, but this kind of goes to show that maybe double by North wouldn't have gained very many imps, if any, because... Uh-oh. I just noticed the pop-up, 6 no trump in the east, down 1 in the other room, but that doesn't...
No, that's this room. We are the other room.
Yeah, we have some issues with the scoreboard today.
There's like a magic mirror in here or something.
So I do think the other table got to play 3 now, and ended up making 11 tricks. A spade lead could have... If they did double...
The extra under tricks would have mattered.
Yes, yeah. If they double and lead a spade, then the extra under tricks would have been actually very relevant.
That would be down 3, 800.
Yeah. Well... So after Samantha had a little bit of a slip-up, getting a bit too high, or both of them getting a bit too high, and 5 hearts on the previous board, they strike right back. East-West here get a little bit too high in 6 no trump, and pay the price for it.
I'm not sure what the legalization status is in Las Vegas, but it does seem like the players have all gotten a little high.
I think that's A-okay there, especially if you're doing it before noon. VuGraph operator letting us know that there's some banter between the East-West after that board, and we're right into board 4. So these are going to be 4 16 board segments of play, 60 boards on the day, and then we're cutting down to 16 teams for tomorrow. West
Everyone
opens
has
a
a single.
diamond.
So East-West are okay in spades or diamonds. North-South have a big heart fit.
And they've discovered the heart fit. South getting in with a bit of a frisky takeout double, 5-4 in the unbid suits, only 10 high card points.
I think you just kind of have to do it there. Sometimes you'll regret it when you tell the opponents how to, pick off your honors, but it's just too important to get in these auctions.
West bids 2 clubs, and this was the same pair that had a little bit of artificiality earlier that we saw on the first board, so I wonder if 2 clubs is the same, and it is. It's showing diamonds.
Seems the double did not change their basic methods, and Samantha, wants to bid more in hearts, but he also doesn't want to invite partner to bid more in hearts.
Yeah, so he settles on 2 hearts. And I think if he has his way, which I'm not sure that he will, he also would like to bid 3 hearts next. And this would convey 2 things to his partner. 1, he has at least 5 hearts, because otherwise why would he bid twice? But 2, he could have overcalled a heart over a diamond, so his hand must be very, very weak. I just don't think he's going to get the opportunity to follow through on his plan.
Right. I mean, if South heard that plan and knew it, he could look at his hand and say, well, opposite that, it does make sense that we can only take 7 tricks despite holding 10 hearts between us.
Right. Three hearts by East, 3 no trump by West. I mean, West had a difficult decision over 3 hearts, of course, because 3 spades he can't bid without spade support, and if he bypasses 3 no trump, that could be their last making game. So
East will do well to not pass this because they can make 7 diamonds.
I don't think they want to be there, but
No, you don't. You need to figure out where the king of spades is, even if you're in 6 diamonds.
right. Seems likely to be with the takeout doubler.
Yeah, I think the good smart money on playing South for it. You have to choose how to handle the spade suit. There are a couple of different ways of doing it. If you're in 7, you need 5 spade trick. Yeah, because diamonds are 3-1. You can't afford to rough a heart in dummy.
No, you need to be able to get back over to the East hand after pulling trumps to run the spades. So
you would need 5 spades, 6 diamonds, and 2 aces. And that means playing ace of spades, queen of spades. You can't afford to like try to rough down a doubleton king in the south hand first. In 7, in 6, you could play ace of spades, look spades roughed, cross back to a trump, and run the queen of spades, which also works well when north happens to pop up with a doubleton king of spades unexpectedly.
Well,
he's still in the tank. He has a very fine hand. I really don't think that when partner opened and then showed extra diamond length and you have this hand, that 3-0 trump is likely to be the best contract.
Yeah, it's always a little bit difficult to tell whether a singleton heart is an asset or if it's just wasted when partner bids 3-0 trump in auctions like this, because partner could have king, queen, third of hearts. Now your singleton heart is useless in a suit contract, whereas this time when partner has the ace of hearts, your singleton heart is kind of golden. But I think you're right that East probably should bid something like 4 diamonds here to just confirm the trump suit, and then proceed on from there.
And now, if I think of it this way, like if the West hand had a second spade, then you'd be okay playing 4 spades. And if West hand has only 1 spade, then you can see that there's a path of setting up the spades. So in either case, I feel like 3-0 is not likely to be the last making game, and it could be very wrong. I think Bohr did right to bid 4 diamonds here on a given his hand. How West reacts to that, and I guess West should bid 4 hearts. He has the ace of hearts. It's cheap, and he's already signed off. Want to let us know his partner that his heart, he has a heart trick, not a heart. King Jack doubleton of hearts would be slam negative.
Right, yeah, and there's a lot of things that West hasn't showed that are actually really excellent for slam. So he does only have 12 high card points, and I mean, maybe we could imagine he could even have up to like 16 or something on an auction like this. It's not as if 2 clubs or 3-0 has necessarily limited his strength all that much. But the singleton spade is not so bad. His partner's auction hasn't necessarily showed a long spade suit. The 3-heart bid was just establishing a game force, and then the 4 diamond bid says I have a game forcing hand with a diamond fit. So East could have 5 card diamond support over there and only 4 spades. It's possible. He also has a bunch of aces, which are obviously welcome, including the ace of the opponent's suit. And the side 4-card club suit could be a valuable source of tricks if his partner has fitting club cards. Or maybe he could just rough some club losers in his partner's hand if his partner's short in clubs. So I think West really should be excited about cooperating for slam, even though his hand is relatively limited in strength.
So West is tanking here, and I think I know why West is tanking. He is probably concerned that 4 hearts would be key card.
Mm-hmm.
They probably play that as a form of kickback, and so if 4-0 is a substitute heart cue bid, and it touches 5 clubs, West may feel awkward and just feel like he has to jump to slam, maybe.
Yeah, I could see that. I definitely would say that you don't want to do that too often opposite an unlimited partner, because East could have a hand where just like knowing about 2 aces and the queen of diamonds, East could just bid a grand. And I think that if 4 hearts is key card, West can kind of tell his partner about the key cards in that way. I mean, he can bid 4 hearts, and if his partner doesn't have enough key cards, so be it. But if his partner shows 3, like here, he could then bid 5 hearts and just plan on signing off in 6 diamonds over that, no matter what his partner does. But this auction, when you go through key card and then bid the next key card step, 5 hearts or 5 no trump, depending on whether you play kickback, this confirms all the key cards in the trump queen. And if East had a similar hand with the king of spades instead of the queen, then East could probably just take over and bid 7 at that point on his own.
So what you're saying is that West should not have to tank, and he should bid 4 hearts regardless of their agreement. I mean,
that's my feeling, but maybe the players are just wanting to confirm, because it does get a little awkward if you bid 4 hearts and you're not sure if it's key card, and then your partner thinks for a while and makes a response that seems really weird. Like, what if East responds 4 spades showing 1? Then what do you do as West? Now it sounds as if your partner doesn't think it's key card, but maybe you still have to sign off in 5 diamonds.
If you play a Blackwood substitute, it should be, because hearts were not bid naturally by your side, or hearts were never shown by your side, and diamonds are clearly agreed with at the 4 diamond point. So with those 2 conditions met, that 4 hearts isn't a possible contract, and diamonds are clearly, and there's firm suit agreement, then that should just mean that your Blackwood substitute is on if you're using it. Whether it's wise to use Blackwood substitutes here, it'd be nice to have a cheap Q bid and let East bid key card, but because you can show everything, but like you said, you can show everything by bidding key card, then 5 no trump also. So
right. Yeah, I mean, there is kind of an added bonus. We have the singleton spade, which partner doesn't know about. Oh, update from VuGraph operator, table's going to close. I do suspect that we'll be back shortly, because this is just going to be to fix the score issues. So hopefully that'll be resolved, and then we will be back in just a minute.
Maybe West Tank wasn't as long as we thought.
Yeah, maybe the hand's over. I wonder where they got.
They could easily accidentally get to 7, to be honest. I could see that. I don't think they're getting lower than 6 after 4 diamonds.
No, that seems very unlikely.
Getting to 6 no trump on board 3 was also something I wouldn't have guessed.
I mean, if they do get to 7 diamonds, then that would be very exciting. We're going to have a bunch of double-digit swings back to back to back in the match. That would be great.
All right, well, table will close in 1 minute. 1 minute ago. Nuke the table, buddy.
Yeah, stay tuned, everyone. Just jump back into this table, and... Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Holy crap, there are a lot of tables. Which one of these are real? Oh my god! I broke it.
I don't think this is the hand.
This is, in fact, not the hand. Hopefully we get...
4 diamonds past 5 diamonds happened, and that will make north-south. I feel like this table's also going to close in a minute.
It might. Now, yeah, what you're saying, though, about the auction, because we had picked it up at the point where East, not South, had bid 4 diamonds in a similar auction. If West really did just bid 5 diamonds, I think that's a pretty big miss by West in this spot. For all the reasons I had mentioned earlier, that the hand is just very much slam suitable, and you really need to find a way to move forward towards slam and let your partner know that you're interested.
And the way is not a very slow 5 diamonds. That's not the way to tell partner to
No.
slam it. Actually
No.
making a slam try.
That might unfortunately ban partner from continuing on, even if he had a good hand. But
Well, if this is going to be all buggy, we can just pick it like another match or something.
we could... I'm gonna check the other table in this match and see if that might be working. It is. Oh. Well, sorry, Michael. So we can go to the other table, which is possible. Dude, there are so many open matches. What is happening? Dude, what the fuck is actually going on here? Okay, is this table the one that I was just at? This table has play. Lots of matches have blown up. Perfect. Yeah, this is going about as well as expected. Nice production ACBL. Okay, this was the match we were just at. Is this the one with all of the... Yeah, we have 13 of every suit. What about the other table? Michael says Vugraph 1. This one? Alright, done. Let's do it. Alright, good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for jumping on in the middle of the match, but it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with a lot of the matches. We were originally over at the Fleischer vs. Roche match, or Roche, and now we're gonna follow this one as long as the table stays up. But we've had a lot of exciting boards in the first few that we've seen. It looks like both tables or all the tables are not playing the same hands. But 4 diamonds in the west on this board. And currently Declare has lost a trick. Has 3 more losers ready if the opponents get in, but looks like they're not going to be able to get in time. Declare can rough out the spade suit. Ace of spades here, spade ruff with the jack of diamonds. Cross back to the diamond ace. The spades will have split, pull all the trumps, and then is actually going to make 5 because the spades have split nicely.
So it's nice to be in a functioning match, although it's only sort of functioning, right? Because I'm also seeing this is table 5, and my table results are also flipped here.
Oh, the table results are just all flipped for...
It appears that way because, like, my table, I've seen a result for board 6, and we're just finishing board 5.
Yeah, you're so right. Well, hopefully we get these issues resolved by the second segment later today. They should have time to work out what's going on. That would be ideal. But we'll stick with it as long as the tables stay up. We're going to still comment on the hands. I assume that the boards and the cards being played are still being input properly. We're just going to have some issues with the scoring, unfortunately. Looks like we have an exciting board coming up, though.
Assuming it hits the table.
Yes, yes, that's very true. Hopefully we'll get that one up here shortly.
I do not want to hold my breath. Another board result came in from the other table. Yay.
These do look like some very exciting results in the other room. I hope that we get to see the replay of the boards in this room.
They see something's wrong and they want to go fix it, I understand. But if you see something's wrong and then you take away the Vugraph show from everyone while you fail to fix it, that feels worse. This looks like an excellent small slam and a grand slam with where you requires almost nothing more than bringing in the heart suit, which is a good, about a 52% chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Seventh.
Yeah, you can pitch a spade on the ace of clubs. You have access to the east hand in trumps or in diamonds to do so, and then you can just try and pick up the trump suit to make all 13 tricks. They did in the other room. Board 6 over there. They bid and made 6 hearts. Really nice auction.
If the hearts were 4-0 on side, you need more entries to make it, because you could ruff a few times in your hand and then try to arrange to have the lead in the east hand and trick 12 to lead a plain card towards your remaining high trumps, but and sort of taking a finesse. It's called a trump coup finesse, but you don't have the entries to do that on this deal, so you're stuck with needing the Queen of Hearts to be either singleton in either hand or doubleton on side. You're not going to unless you somehow divine to finesse Queen third. Diamond showing hearts.
Yeah, the relatively popular adjustment to natural systems nowadays. One club is generally a weak no trump type hand, 2 or more clubs. A diamond transfers over that, 4 or more hearts. North comes in with a spade, favorable.
This sorts out the heart situation a little better for Padona immediately because partner has a weak no trump with only a doubleton heart. So he's kind of almost ruled out 7 at this point. Partner would need to have like ace queen of hearts, the ace of clubs, and another trick. It's just too unlikely for to have all those specific cards. And you can check for them as long as you can agree hearts first. So I expect that 2 spades created a game force. West can bid 3 hearts to ensure hearts are trump, bid key card later, and find out that they have enough key cards for 6.
Yeah, so far we're duplicating the auction in the other room, by the way. So West bidding 3 hearts makes a lot of sense. When your hand is within the range of bidding a slam, you do want to establish a trump suit immediately. So Payton agrees with that assessment, thinks his hand is very much in the realm of slam.
And he's in context, has a very good hand. So he departed from the auction at the other table, bidding 4 clubs instead of 4 hearts. Q bidding along the way towards 4 hearts. I think that's a good call. It appears they don't use a Blackwood substitute here at 4 spades, which is fine. I think that's kind of overrated in general. I see a lot of X repairs moving away from having a ton of Blackwood substitute auctions. They do cross a lot of your Q bidding auctions, and the gains of them are minor most of the time, and the losses in case of a forget or an accident are major.
Yeah, and so after finding out that they're missing the trump queen, West decides not to gamble on that suit coming home, just bid 6 hearts. And here we are.
I think we'll probably see the queen of clubs lead, 1 hearts of the ace, ace of clubs to pitch a spade. Oh no, you have late entries, so you don't need to do that. We'll just go win the club, ace of hearts, heart claim. So I think the play should be pretty fast. Although maybe North doesn't lead the queen of clubs. Because there was a 1 club opening bid on their right. I forgot. The queen of clubs is a very dangerous lead.
Maybe the play will be very fast if South dumps the queen of hearts when Declare crosses to the ace.
North could lead a trump. North probably shouldn't lead a trump on this auction. There's a fair chance partner has queen third of trump, so you really don't want to pick that up.
Yeah, but to your point of North leading a trump, I mean, North would very much prefer to make a passive lead if she knew how, because when the opponents kind of sign off in 6 after going through key card, you're hoping partner scores the trump queen, and then you're also hoping that you get another trick somehow miraculously with one of your cards. So if you lead the queen of clubs, it could blow a trick in that suit. Obviously a spade could blow a trick if the opponents have both the ace and queen.
I think a spade rates to be wrong with the no trump bid on your left, and a heart rates to be wrong. And given that the clubs were Q bid on my left, and I think maybe they've got the ace king of clubs is a pretty good chance. I think I might try a low club lead, figuring they're never going to put in the 10, and it might gain by knocking an entry off the dummy, or not sure. But in North, it did in fact lead a heart where there was a fair chance partner had the queen, and that'll speed the play.
Yeah, so heart opening lead. Once South follows to trick 1, Declare basically can claim. Yeah, 1460. So that board's a push. We do have another exciting board coming up immediately. Lots of action.
For us adrenaline junkie bridge players out there.
I mean, I'm just waiting for someone to be dealt 7-6 so that we can quell all of the fears that that certain tournaments, unnamed, were just a fluke.
Well, there you go. Look at that. South is not only 7-6, but South is 7-6 and 7-6 in both spades and clubs.
So South opens 4 spades. This is going to pass around to East.
Pretty hungry. I think it just goes pass, double, all pass. But East might just let it go in 4 spades and not double it.
Yeah, East has a nice hand, but the doubleton spade and the lack of a 4th heart are a little bit discouraging for acting.
I'd be worried the partner might bid if I double it, and I kind of just want to defend. I don't think I can make it the 5 level.
Mm-hmm.
It's big to pass out 4 spades, but sometimes you just have to take a position on these hands. It turns out here, if you double 4 spades, West has a problem whether to remove it. I don't know if that's what happened at the other table, that West bid 4 no trump over 4 spades opening bid. Oh no, it was 3 spades past 4 spades. The duplicated shortness is really bad for your offense, right? Like, let's say East has the classic 1-4-4-4 hand, just like you do. Well, that means whatever late losers you have, there's nowhere to park them, right? So you don't want to have it's just because the opponents have 11 spades. That's not good for you if you have similar patterns.
Yeah, exactly. Although East could be 1-4-5-3 or something like that, right, and then the hands play a lot better. But yeah, I think if West does pull, West should bid 4 no, certainly, as the place to pull.
Yeah, so if West passes the double, they can take as many as 5 tricks. They can take their 2 clubs and 3 aces for plus 500, and if they pull, then the best they can expect is to push the other table. Okay, West is judged well to pass this, so Judge made the winning guess to pass it, but it was definitely a guess.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, one of the tough things is that, especially when your partner's backed into a corner like this, he might just have to double with a bunch of values, which is kind of what East has done here. Yeah. And so West might not even be convinced that they have a big fit somewhere. So he does decide to let it go. He has an ace. And I wonder what the best opening lead is. I think the ace of hearts has a lot going for it. Oftentimes, he decides to lead a trump. But
that's reasonable too.
Yeah, oftentimes these are sort of cash out situations, and so because West doesn't know which minor to switch to, he could just try the ace of hearts, and as long as he's still on lead, then
very scary for East, I guess. I mean, if partner doesn't have the ace of hearts, then declarer is just going to make this because you can't do anything. You can't get to partner's hand to lead the club through.
Right.
I guess West could duck the first spade. Although then if declarer has ace and a heart, it goes heart right away, and one of your aces goes away. It might result in an over trick. Nothing's safe. You could win the ace of spades and cash the ace of diamonds. If it gets roughed, you could watch declarer cross the 9 of spades and take 2 pitches. It's very awkward. Maybe you just have to play your partner for the ace of hearts and win the ace of spades and play a heart back, but
yeah, it seems to me like
right now.
Declare might be, if Declare has ace doubleton of hearts, which I think is somewhat unlikely. I believe that East-West are familiar with North-South, and I know North-South like to be fairly aggressive in some of their preamps. And opening bids. So I imagine if South really had a hand like King, Queen, Jack, 10, 7th of spades and the heart ace, maybe he would just open at the 1 level.
Especially since their 1 spade opening bid can't be a balanced hand for this pair. It can't be 5-3-3-2. He knows South is open with a 7-card spade suit because they're 3 and dummy. He has 2 and his partner has lead 1. So unless it's a 6-card spade suit, it's 7. And South's not going to have side heart length to do that. South's definitely not going to be 7-2-2-2 or probably 7-3-2-1. And he's looking at 5 diamonds. If South has 4 diamonds, that means partner didn't lead their singleton. So I think I think there's a pretty good case for East to work out Declare's actual pattern here. If you think South 7-4, then this is the only way it makes sense.
I think that's a very reasonable take. Now, I wonder if the right defense from East, because East kind of clearly sees what needs to be done on defense. His partner needs to get in with the hard ace and then put a club through. And West probably also understands that, looking at the dummy. I mean, why would West put a diamond through or something? King, queen, third of diamonds over there, that's not going to be particularly helpful. Right. Leading hearts isn't going to be helpful. So I don't see how East-West are going to go wrong here, but I'm just kind of wondering, what's the harm in going ace of spades, spade? Dummy, importantly, only has one entry in the spade suit. So let's say Declare happened to have a diamond void, like Declare was 7-1-0-5. Even if they won the second spade with the 9 and dummy and took a roughing finesse and diamonds, we could just pop up with the ace, and Declare has no way to get back to the queen of diamonds to pitch a loser. But he does decide to let the first spade trick go. Now a heart to the ace. East gives count, and there's the club throw. So now East will just cash out. Down 2. So a really nice result for East-West on team... Is it Team Bailey? I think this is Team Bailey.
Team Bailey. It's hard to tell given that. But since I see East-West for Rombo in the other room, I'm going to go with the Rombos are not playing for a team other than themselves.
That would be quite
a
ploy.
I have a team where you can't tell.
Yeah, that would actually be an amazing plot to try and win, to try and like double your chances to win if you could captain a team that you're not playing for. But 12 imps coming through for Bailey
it's like
on
a
that
bot
one.
Game where at some point you just say, well, we're all on the same team here, so. So 2 spades pass 4 spades, and South's up with the king-queen doubleton of spades, but also a 5-5 hand that wants to doesn't want to sell the 4 spades undoubled, knowing that something is probably better than that. Either 4 spades doubled or 5 clubs or 5 hearts.
Yeah, and so if South does pull 4 spades or make a call over it to show the hand, he'll start with 4 no trump, which North is going to assume might be both minors, but I think North should exercise some caution because it could be one of the minors and hearts. So North's main objective over a 4 no trump bid here would be to show the cheapest suit that she would be willing to play, which here is clubs.
So if South doubles this and North pulls to diamonds, that gets very, very awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true as well.
4-0, then South bids 5 clubs and everything's fine. But North does have a 2-card disparity between clubs and diamonds in a situation where your partner will choose clubs with equal because it's cheaper. So there's a lot to recommend not doubling 4 spades, and if partner doubles 4 spades, I would not be a 4-0 bidder with the North card, so I'd be a 5-9 bidder.
Yeah, that's an important distinction because depending on how your partnership feels about whether the South hand is a double or 4-0 or something else.
It feels terrible. I think I would pass 4 spades with the South hand with a king-queen doubleton of spades. Just feels like the wrong cards, the minor shape wrong for it's too dangerous to double, and 4-0 feels like it could just end very badly.
And you're already pretty likely to just beat this contract, right? You have what looks like 4 tricks in your hand. You have no guaranteed plus position on your direction. So very reasonable to pass.
It looks like we don't beat 4 spades.
No, not
on
with
this
the
line
stiff
of
club.
cards. And if we play it, we've got to lose a club, a diamond, a heart, and a spade. So it's 420 and 300, assuming we can find clubs. Actually, we may lose more than that. We may lose more than that. We've got work to do, right?
Yeah, there are definitely some issues. I mean, it's very possible that we only go down 1, depending on the opening lead in a club
because
contract.
spade the ace spade, we can pitch a heart from the north hand on the second spade, and now start trying to cross rough things or establish the hearts, I guess.
Yeah.
Some combination of that. And I think after spade, you win pitching a heart and play a diamond up to establish communications. But if they play maybe they play diamondback tapping my hand before I have to get the hearts on the table, now I'm short of trumps. It's awkward. It's an awkward hand to play. I'm sure some of the declaring experts who are in the lobby listening to me misanalyze the hand can play better than me.
Well, we first have to get there, and so Aachen, I made this point much earlier, but for no trump, 2 places to play. So North's first objective is not to assume that this is both minors and just bid her longer minor. That would have got them to the wrong spot. She bids the cheapest suit that she's comfortable playing in, and if South had diamonds and hearts, then we play in diamonds. If South had clubs and diamonds, so be it. We miss our 11 fit, but we found our 9 fit. We get to play in clubs. Really important double by East. Just trying to protect his plus score. He might not be necessarily convinced that this is going down, but he just wants to let his partner know he thought we were making 4 spades.
West knows what to do.
Yeah.
Bad spades and queen third of clubs.
Okay. East does lead the spade ace. And with the other table going down 2 and 5 clubs doubled for 300, there might be a chance for a little bit of a swing going the way of Rambeau here. That would be their first imps of the match. Remember, the score is inverted.
And a lot of bridge players play inverted minors, but very few of them play inverted imps.
Well, everyone's playing them today. So yeah.
Good day to be the underdog.
Yes. East has a little bit of decision about what to do at trick 2. This might take some time. The one thing that
What's a 10 of spades all about? It's like, I've got hearts but not great hearts, or...
the jack might have just been something special for them, and the 10 is their highest suit preference card. Maybe. I'm just guessing.
At least you have a guess.
Yeah.
It's like, a partner knows your exact spade hold, is going to know your exact spade holding after trick 1, so it's like you have 6 cards to choose from. So some pairs can get very specific in the messaging in these situations, and other pairs choose not to go down that rabbit hole because it's not a fun rabbit hole to be in.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't put it past these guys if this East-West partnership has discussed this before. So they probably have a better understanding than we do about what the 10 of spades means exactly. But in general, it's going to be a suit preference type of scenario, and West's clear indication is, I don't want a diamond switch. That's basically all he's interested in saying. I was going to make the point that against a lot of these 2-suited auctions, playing trumps early could be very important, but I understand why East might be hesitant to play a club, because West might have something like Jack 4th of clubs, and a club switch could pick up the suit, whereas Declarer would not be doing so on his own, or on her own. North is declaring this one.
You can... It's safe enough to play a second spade, and that a second spade can never blow a trick.
Right.
It just could blow the opportunity of you being able to lead something productive.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of times defense boils down to, do I need to do something positively good for our side, or do I just need to avoid doing something bad for our side? And those decisions are often very murky, and good players can get a better understanding, with experience of when to choose one versus the other. A trump does seem sort of natural, with hearts more or less bottled up and partners sort of signaling that they like hearts. But I understand North could easily have a 3-card club. So what's North's shape if they have 3 clubs? They could be 1 3 6 3. They're not going to be 1 4 6, or they would have been diamonds. They can't be one. They're not going to be like 1 4 5 3. That won't be North's shape, because then they would have been 5 diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
So that North with diamond length probably won't have as many hearts as clubs.
Yeah, actually, I think you're kind of getting to the crux of the problem, and this is probably what Bierman has been thinking about, because, as mentioned, you really want to lead a trump here, but you really don't want to blow a trump trick. So he's just thinking as hard as possible, is there any layout where I can blow a trump trick? And it's starting to sound as if there just isn't one. Because if North has 3 clubs, all of these shapes that you've been going through, North would have just bid 5 diamonds instead of 5 clubs. So it is starting to sound like North has to have at least 4 clubs, in which case a trump switch is always safe. And can Declare manage to get out for down 1 from here, or is Declare still going to be short? Because the Hearts 4-2 does present a bit of a problem. I know we can pitch one on the Spade King, but we might not have the time to set up hearts and still get back to the south hand with trump control.
If you do too much roughing, what you wind up happening is you don't get to enjoy your long heart, and if you have to roughing back your hand in diamonds at some point, you might just get over-roughed and a trump come back.
Right.
It looks pretty awkward to me to be able to take 10 tricks.
Okay, well, let's talk through an actual line. Like, let's say East decides to just lead a spade here. We win the king of spades. You had suggested duck a diamond immediately, which seems reasonable. East will win. Now let's suppose East switches to a trump. We win the club ace. We go ace of hearts and a heart ruff. We ruff a diamond. We ruff a heart. We play a club to the ace, or king, as East shows out. We now ruff our heart good, and we ruff a diamond back to hand. West could over-ruff, but we still have a trump in the last heart. So I think on a spade continuation, Declare gets out for down 1.
Wait, what if West doesn't over-ruff that, then?
Then we just play the last heart. We're down 2.
West has what? Wait. West remaining trump's the queen, right?
Yeah.
I'm having trouble. So let's say king of spades, diamond. They win and they play a heart. I win the ace of hearts. I ruff a heart. Cross the ace of clubs. Ruff a heart.
Diamond, ruff, heart, ruff.
Ruff a diamond. Ruff a heart. Wait, something else happened. I went ace of hearts.
He does find the club switch. So
It's not heart ruff. Okay, so on this next heart, West pitched his second diamond. So when I roughed this other diamond to my hand, West over-ruffed and played a third club. I need like pencil and paper so I can cross cards off. I don't want anyone.
It is certainly a complicated hand. Well, so Bierman has found a club switch, which does knock out kind of a crucial entry to the south hand in the process of trying to ruff the heart suit good. So is this enough to now ensure that Declare is going down 2? We can always duck a diamond to East. We can always put up the queen on the first round, so there's no risk in losing a diamond trick to West and a club comes back. King of spades, pitching a heart.
I wonder if he plays. There's no way East can duck it, but if he plays Ace Hearts Heart Rough Diamond, East could technically duck it and let West win. And
well, that's why.
If they play back Queen of Clubs, doesn't help.
Yeah, so that's why Sabina will probably exit the Diamond Queen from her hand to restrict the defender's choices in the Diamond suit.
The West playing another trump may not be super productive for them because it's away from the Queen.
Right. Yeah, so Queen of Diamonds exit here. Okay, she does decide to exit the 7 of Diamonds. I think this is actually a really helpful learning point for a lot of players.
He just ducked it.
Yeah, West decided he didn't want to be on leads.
West also ducked it. He's like, I'm just ducking it so partner can win the trick, and then partner's like, nah, you have it.
I mean, it would have been nice if West had something like Queen Jack third of clubs to start with. Then West could safely play a second club. But alright, East on lead here. So if East continues a diamond, declare roughs a heart, can cross in clubs to rough the last heart good, but yeah, and then they just have 10 tricks, right? We can now rough a diamond. It doesn't matter if West over roughs because West's last trump is the stiff queen. We just have established the hearts. I think declare's just down 1.
Wait, it goes diamond rough.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We can't cross in clubs. That's actually the main issue. So a heart here
even if East
from
plays
East.
a heart here, West could just pitch their diamond away. You rough it and dummy, you come off the board with a diamond rough to your hand. West just over roughs it and plays a trump back. Score a heart, and he scores a heart trick.
Yeah, it is looking like 300. Sadly. Good defense from East, finding that club switch. I think he went through all the possibilities and realized that North needed to have 4 clubs, and then this did kind of knock out a crucial entry. I do believe that if East didn't switch to clubs there, then Declare could get out for 100.
I am not going to get involved in that. That's my urban analysis.
It's too early in the morning for that, I know. So, but as things stand right now, it's looking like no matter what East exits with, it's just going to be down 2 and a push board. An exciting push. Both North-Souths did well to find their club fit and take the save over making 4 spade contract. But that means Bailey is going to remain ahead by 25. 2 big swings of 13 imps and 12 imps, and then a bunch of push boards so far in this segment. I do believe this East-West partnership is not known for their speed of play. Or maybe they are known for their speed of play, but in a negative way. So the long pause by East here, not out of character from this partnership, I don't believe. He decides to try a spade. Which I suppose is just as good as a diamond. He knows that if Declare pitches a heart and roughs in their hand, then it's kind of the equivalent of not being able to rough an extra heart. So Declare roughs a heart. West will pitch the jack of diamonds.
declare just ruff the heart, cross the king of clubs, be sad the trumps didn't break, and give up a heart and a club for down 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's one road. I mean, declare might try roughing a diamond instead.
Declare knows how the cards lie, though, so I suppose it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so here's a diamond ruff, West can over ruff and return a trump, and East will score the Queen of Hearts. Alright, 2 down. And we're about halfway through the set. Important for declare to overtake the Jack of Clubs, but I think we're just going to see a claim right about now. There it is. 9 tricks. And it looks like the other table is zooming off ahead of us. They've finished board 10 just now. We still have board 9 to play. We're going to be ending off at board 15 after this segment.
Again, South has hearts and clubs.
Yeah, this hand not quite as good as the last one.
North's hand a bit better.
Yeah, so hearts come home for no losers. The Queen Doubleton of Hearts is on side. Declare can pitch a club on the Ace King of Diamonds, which doesn't exactly help him. He could have roughed that 4th club in the North hand, but
I mean, you're kind of in the slam zone, but the duplication is just like North has just way too much in the black suits. So, right. But given the 1 club opening bid rather than a 1-no trump opening bid, I don't think that that North South the South hand is gonna really push too hard for a slam. They're not bad, they've got this chunky 6-4, but it still takes a lot to make slam.
Yeah, so club, diamond from South showing 4 more hearts. North will bid a heart, showing... I actually don't know if they play a heart shows a weak no trump or a heart shows 3, but either way, we should get an alert from the ViewGraph operator letting us know. They've been on point with the alerts so far today. I will say that for the operators.
There's
2 diamonds by South.
XYZ thing, or 2 diamonds, that's game 4. So I mean, if North's Ace King of Diamonds or the King Queen of Clubs or the King Queen Jack of Clubs, you actually have a good slam, right? It's just partner has too much stuff, and the secondary club honors are good, and the only diamond that you care about is the ace.
Exactly. Okay, North bidding 2 hearts, and South decides, yes, hearts is our contract. No, I don't want to investigate any further. Just jumps to 4 hearts. Pretty reasonable. We'll see a high club lead from East. And I don't see any reason to not just cash the Ace King of Hearts immediately. So after that, we're going to have no difficulty just claiming our 11 tricks from there. I guess we could duck the opening lead if we were playing match points. Then East would have to find a diamond shift to hold us to 11. Otherwise, there's a double squeeze. Probably not going to happen in an imp game.
In the imp game, you duck the opening lead, and the next round is rough.
Yeah, and then we still have a trump loser. That would be a disaster. Alright, Ace of Hearts, King of Hearts. We will see a claim in just a second. So 2 pushes back to back. Kind of been the story of this match so far. other than a few double-digit swings on some of these deals. We've had a lot of flat boards, and we'll probably see a bunch of that as the week goes on. These teams are all very strong and very deserving of being in the top 32, and when you face up against another world-class team like we see in all of these matches, there's going to be a lot of the same decisions being made on these hands. Alright, 2 rounds of diamonds, declare pitch as a club. Yeah, I suppose we could eliminate the diamonds and then play 3 rounds of spades and then exit a club. Maybe we get lucky. If West has Jack Doubleton of clubs and only 3 spades, this could lead to an overtrick. Reasonable attempt by Auken here, but it's not going to work out. East has all of the club honors. Well spotted, though. I mean, sometimes you can win an imp here or there on some of these small extra chances.
All right, and on to the next one.
There's 11 tricks. On to board 10. Looks like in the other room, North-South got a little bit overboard after a strong no-trump opener. We'll see if North-South do the same thing here. So he's still passing for a seed. It is a 10 count, but too late for an opening bid. South has 17.
I would think that if South opens 1 no trump, that the auction going 1 no trump, pass, pass, pass would be the completely normal auction to have. That's a really sketchy 8 count with the north hand. It wouldn't even occur to me to bid over on that. Which is why I'm not in this event, I suppose. Because I'm just waiting for Auken to bid 2 clubs now that I said I would pass. Oh, yay! Go me!
So we are going to see a bit of a difference of opinion here from the North players in both rooms. I mean, the draw of a vulnerable game contract when you're playing imps does get to the best of us. And in the other room, it ended up being costly with the spade suit splitting so badly.
Now, keep in mind, you actually haven't made 1 no trump yet.
You have not. You have 5 tricks off the top. You can establish a 6th trick in the diamond suit, but it looks like you're going to have to go after spades or possibly clubs to get an extra trick. And if you start out the spade suit by ace of spades and a low spade, the defense is going to have a lot of time to work on establishing their own source of tricks. But you are only in 1 no, and the 10 of spades is kind of a big card. So I do think that Welland is going to probably find his way to 7 tricks, even if he misguesses quite a few things. The Queen of Clubs happens to be on side, so if he needs to fall back on that at a later point in play, he'll be able to do so. But he does go ace of spades. He's going to lead another spade and be somewhat disappointed. And West has to start finding some discards. Pitches an encouraging diamond. So the defense is going to have 2 hearts. They won the first heart and the 10 of hearts is established. They're going to get 2 spades. And they're going to get the ace king of diamonds, but that's only 6 tricks. And in the meantime, Declare is going to be able to score 2 spades, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and a diamond for 7.
Does he get it? I mean, if he plays a club to the king, does he get a diamond trick? I know. I can see if Declare plays a club to the jack and a spade, he makes it.
Yep.
Declare plays a club to the king and a spade. I'm not sure. Well, there might be some sort of specific. Let's see. East wins the spade and plays back a club.
Ooh. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking we would play a diamond here, but it's actually a little bit complicated. If we play a diamond, the defense can just duck. I don't know if they would, but that would set up an extra diamond trick for their side. He's still okay. He could take the club hook, but
I think if he plays a club to the king and the defense wins a spade and plays a club, the defense will have 2 hearts, 2 spades, 2 diamonds, and a club before you can get your 7th trick in the diamond suit.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he does have a little bit of difficulty at this point. I suspect he'll okay, he plays a club. I was going to say I suspect he'll play a diamond because the defense might error if he plays diamonds. But
he played a club thing. I think, I mean, like the early play sort of makes me think that West was 1-4-4-4.
Oh
so
boy.
He actually has found.
Yeah, now I think the big discard for West here is probably a high diamond, or low, whatever his normal count signal is, because this would indicate to East that East didn't work it out. And Declare is okay as long as he pitches a club from hand, which obviously looks very scary, but he can't afford to pitch a spade. Pitching a diamond would obviously blow the suit, so he's just going to have to pitch a club and hope, and this time he gets lucky. West could exit a club to set up his queen, but he doesn't have an entry. Yeah, East may be playing a little bit too quickly there on that low diamond switch. I think West actually did very well to pitch a second diamond, because the point I was going to make is that should indicate to East that they don't have a source of tricks in diamonds, they just have a high card in the suit. And East, for one reason or another, did not pick up on that.
I think it was like he played too fast. Like, if Declare had those good clubs that the clubs were running, then he had enough tricks no matter what. So,
right.
I mean, unless the diamonds, I guess a partner wouldn't have pitched a second diamond if they just had bad clubs and good diamonds. So, I think it was too early in the morning. He could have held the loss to 3 imps, I guess. This is 290 is more.
Yeah, 7 imps. I mean, still does very well to stay out of 4 spades, which turned out not to be a very good spot in the other room. On to board 11. So Rambeau actually first imps of the set. Bailey still up 25-7 in this first segment of play here. I assume pass by South. Oh, South actually gets to open a club with this flat 10 count. Well, that's exciting.
He's got most of the 2s and half the 3s in his 10 count.
Do those count extra?
Depends on which bridge variant you're playing, but if you're playing the bridge variant bridge, no, they don't count as extras. This diamond did not show hearts.
Interesting. So East overcalls a spade. West bids 1 no trump, very heavy, 13 highs. But might not have had a way to show it. For a lot of players, 2 no trump would be a spade raise here, so West didn't really have an alternative to 1 no.
Yeah, I have my reservations about using those 2 no's as raises. Seems to me that a cubid is just as effective as a raise, even though you don't get to distinguish between the 3rd and the 4th trump. But sometimes having a natural 2 no trump bid, there's just no substitute for it. it does seem to be the trend to play those. You'd like to play this hand in some game, East-West. Almost any game will do, except for, I mean, even 3-0 will make, because you can duck a couple of diamonds.
Okay, East decides to...
Yeah,
the 3-spade jump is going to get West pretty excited. I think West is going to be happy to bump to 4 spades with 3 aces and just a complete maximum. West even cubids along the way, just in case.
Yeah, he does have like the best possible hand he could have. Just about 3 aces, but East is not imagining a hand that can make slam that couldn't bid over 1 club.
Yeah, so 4 spades is where we settle. The other table made 11 tricks in this contract, and it looks like Declare might also be able to make 11 tricks, depending on how the defense goes.
Yeah, you can pitch a minor in the suit that South. Actually, if South leads a club, you can take 12 tricks. So if South leads a diamond or something passive like this, you can just draw trumps and take 1 pitch on the heart.
Yeah, exactly. So the spade opening lead is going to give Declare all the time in the world to pull trumps, and then pitch a diamond on the hearts. Eventually lose a club trick for 11.
I would think would actually just be claiming really soon, although now you can almost like try to strip squeeze South, but you can't quite do it. If club king, South have a singleton diamond, that's wildly unlikely. Okay, South did not just leave himself with this spade ace. That makes more sense. Very unusual to leave yourself with a bare ace of trumps on defense.
I agree. So, yeah, Wellen does pop up with the ace of spades, and I don't know what his plan is. He looks like he doesn't know either. He just passively exits a trump, and yeah, I do think we are probably going to see a claim pretty soon, now that all the trumps are gone. So another flat board here. And we'll be moving on to board 12.
I see 170 and a minor in the other rooms. That might not be flat.
I will have you know that this is going to be a fun one. Yeah, I do see a comment from someone that the scores and the history are swapped. I guess I should try and update people on that frequently, because I don't know how many new viewers are popping in the middle, but yes, we are aware that there's a VuGraph problem. I think this is going on at every table, or in every match, that they have the scores swapped between this table and the other room. Hopefully that will get resolved before we restart for the second set.
A problem of a highly technical nature.
Okay, here we go. So in the other room, West opened 2 no trump on the 20 count over there, 5-4 in the minors, and East elected to bid 3 clubs, some sort of stamen. West bid 3 diamonds, and East checked that out.
Seems a little tight because you might be making 3-0, although it may well be the path to victory, because if you bid 3-0 and North and South are going to rattle off the spade suit, and you're not going to make 3-0 off the first 5 tricks. In 5 of a minor, you almost can make 6. If they lead if they lead a spade or something, a spade, you can make 6 clubs. 6 diamonds requires them to lead a heart or passive, right? Because then you could draw trumps, pitch your spade away, and ruff a diamond in the shorthand. Rough hearts in the shorthand.
Well, East made a different decision in this room than in the other room. The same start to the auction, 2-0, 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, and then 3-0 from East. It is 5 high card points. It's a non-vulnerable game, but those still do pay out extra points if you make it.
I feel like East's auction is just normal, but it's unsuccessful. You'd like to find a way to find your minor suit contract here. Maybe the path is for West to open a club and reverse into diamonds. It's 5-4-2-2 concentrated with 2 smalls and good controls. There's no law that says you must open to no trump with that shape and semi-balanced hand and suit cards. I think back in the olden days, it would have been very normal to open a club and reverse into diamonds. That would have been a very, very popular choice.
Yeah, nice opening lead by North. Low spade. South puts up the ace, plays back the spade queen. It continues with another round, and now the defense is going to have no issue cashing out. So at this point, Declare is just going to ask, how many spades are you taking? And North is going to say 3 more.
Yeah, should be playing here.
So 3-no goes down 1. It is not a push board, in fact. This is 6 imps going the direction of Rombo. Remember, the scores are inverted. Inverted imps today.
Yeah, it's weird that you miss a slam to play a minor suit partial and you pick up a swing. That's
Exactly.
2024.
Ooh. Okay. Well, I
That's
hate
the
being in
parts that-
4th seat with an 8-card suit, but that's what West has to deal with.
Your partner's going to open their balanced club in front of you, and then South, I assume, will bid 1 spade. But I know players who would pass over 1 club with the South hand, figuring their partner's a passed hand, and they're not going to buy it. They just don't want to draw a roadmap for Declarer. Not Roy Welland, though.
No, he's never seen a 5-card spade suit he didn't like.
I would be shocked if he does not overcall here. He's a big believer in getting in these. So what? Put on just bid 4 hearts here. Or does he bid 2 hearts? They might play transfers here too.
Yeah, that is a
Also-
question. Do you want to go slow, or do you just want to stick in the 4-heart bid, which is kind of descriptive for your hand? Your trumps are a little bit weak, but the rest of the hand kind of fits. He tries 4 hearts.
So you can, looking at the hands, you can see Declarer only has to lose. I guess actually, spade, spade, spade promotes a trump trick for the opponents. So the defense definitely can take 3 tricks. If they don't play spade, 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 Declarer could lead hearts low to the queen, which would go down because South now wins the Simpleton King of Hearts and now plays the 3rd spade, promoting the Jack of Hearts. So not quite a safety play, what we call an unsafety play.
All right, there's the King of Spades lead. And so I guess Welland's going to be constructing hands for West. I mean, he sees West doesn't have the King or Queen of Hearts. Decides to let the King of Spades hold. Another spade comes, and now he's just going to play back another spade. I guess you rough with the 10 of hearts. I mean, roughing with the ace of hearts is asking to go down. So North wins the jack, and now Declarer is going to be sweating for just a second. But the King of Hearts pops up singleton. I assume on a club continuation, he's going to end up crossing in diamonds to lead the Heart Queen. It does seem relatively likely that South has the Heart King for this overcall. Alright, there's a diamond. Queen of hearts, and we'll see a claim. So another push board in the books. We got 2 more boards left to play in this set. And then there'll be a short break. I believe the start time that is quoted to us is about 50 minutes from now for the next segment of play. But it's just going to be whenever the players get back in and settled, having compared.
Well, South only has 5 hearts this time. Or West has only 5 hearts this time. A relatively short suit in contact.
Do you think he has any bids in his system that only show a 5-card suit, or are they going to have to invent something?
I think this set West actually had a lot of hearts this set. So it was sort of an average to below average for the 8-card suit. Alright, a club, a pass, a diamond showing hearts for a change of pace, and North-South are going to be out of the auction. East, I assume, is going to do something that shows an unbalanced hand with clubs, like maybe 2 clubs. And West may just bid 3-0 rather than checking back. But probably 2 diamonds is an artificial check back. I assume 2 clubs is going to deny 4 spades also. So, all right, so West just did short circuit things with 3-0 rather than spilling more information to the opponents when he didn't think it was important.
Yeah, 3-0 makes a lot of sense. I mean, the West hand is one of these hands that I think feels no trumpy. The Queen Doubleton of clubs is probably going to fill in partner's club suit. You have some extra high cards. You have honors in your short suits, which often feels a bit more like no trump, and the heart source of tricks can be set up with a couple of entries to your hand. So spade opening lead.
So there is a danger if I guess there is no danger, right? If there's no spade holding, even with South having the ace of hearts to lead spades through you, you need both spades sitting over you in order for the defense to be able to run the spades, but the only entry South could have for a second time to lead spades through would be in spades, which means they're not both sitting over you. So West can afford to play on hearts, which is best in case clubs might not break.
Yeah, exactly. And Declare is just going to knock out the heart ace. The defense has done well to get their spade tricks in, otherwise Declare might have made more here, but they can cash a couple spades. That'll be 10 tricks for Declare. So it looks like another push board, and both tables will be on board 15 at the same time.
I don't know if West had taken it slow or whether or not they've had a shot at getting to 6 clubs, which takes clubs coming in and no defensive heart ruff, I guess, to make.
Yeah, 6 clubs would have been quite a dream contract. I mean, does it make on a diamond lead?
Actually, yeah, diamond lead blows up an entry. You'd have to rough diamonds. Yeah, it's probably not such a great contract on a diamond lead.
It looks like it still would have made, but I think they're perfectly happy to just be in 3-no trump on these cards. Oh, North
Or
decides,
to cash the other spade.
Yeah, not to cash a spade. Alright, we should see claim in just a second, so Declare just has the rest here. There is some chance of a squeeze. I mean, it's not that remote. Declare probably will take a bit of time playing it out, but cash the ace king of diamonds, cash the queen 10 of hearts, and hope the jack of clubs falls. So I was wrong. It's not a push board. It's going to be 1 imp.
1 imp, 2 Bailey? No,
Yes. An imp to Bailey, and
it's hard to keep track of these things.
it is. We even see a push coming through on the Vugraph score, which I think is incorrect, but hopefully that'll be fixed before we get the next segment started. I would really like to see our table's results at our table and the other table's results at the other table.
That would be awesome.
If I could have one thing for Christmas, that's what I'm hoping for. Preferably before Christmas.
So hard to shop for. You are not invited to my Christmas party if you want such impossible gifts.
South opens another 10 count. This one a little bit better than the flat 10 we saw earlier. One spade.
Yeah. And an opening bid opposite an opening bid might make your opening bid. Might not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You probably make one spade.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards are offside, and suits are not splitting very well.
Maybe that means East-West can make something. Let's say they lose a spade and a diamond and 2 clubs. They can make... They might have to lose another trick because they have so many diamonds to take care of. That's like a constructive spade raise. Now remember, one spade showed an unbalanced hand, so South does not feel any obligation here to bid again because of the singleton heart, I think, and can just pass this. North may feel an obligation to bid again, knowing that partner has, but I mean, they've already shown a good 3-card raise. They might be able to sell the 3 hearts here, which is what they'd like to do, I think. Never mind. South, having already shown an unbalanced hand, did feel obligated to bid 3 spades. This will not make.
No, and I don't think East is going to get further involved in the auction. Hasn't heard anything from their partner, but 3 spades will go down at least a trick.
Could a technically make? I guess you have to pick off the queen of clubs to have any chance, but maybe you can make it if you do it. I don't know, you start running into trouble on heart taps in the South hand because West starts looking like they have more trumps than you pretty quickly.
Right. Okay, West has maybe an interesting opening lead decision. I would assume we want to lead a heart. And West agrees. Normally when you're looking at these long trump holdings, your first objective should be to try and tap declare as opposed to going after roughs yourself. So I think a lot of players might be enticed by leading a Doubleton diamond.
It seems weird that West kept the heart king here.
Yeah, it does seem weird. I think West probably just assumes that if he's able to cash the king of hearts, that's probably good for his side, and he might want to retain an honor to give declarer a bit less information about the missing honors. Alright, 3 rounds of hearts have been played. West has trump control now. I assume declare should just duck a spade now. Okay, incorrect.
If declare plays a second spade and West puts in the 10 or the 9, he'll have to guess to go up with the jack. Looks like he's going to start running his diamonds. Yeah. He'll definitely need to pick off the queen of clubs to have any chance of taking 9 tricks.
Okay, another diamond comes, and West can ruff if he chooses to do so. Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a tricky spot for the defense. I guess I might have ridden off this contract as having no chance earlier, but it does seem like East-West are getting into some trouble.
So let's say West roughs this and plays king of spades and a spade. club shift isn't very safe. So then declare is in dummy. He could, if he thought clubs were 3-3 with the queen on his right, he could take the backwards club finesse by leading the jack of clubs. He knows East's pattern, right? Because
Yep.
West is showing out on the diamond, and East, so he knows that East started life 1-6-4-2. So I assume he's going to take a club finesse and go down 2 tricks. Club the ace, 10 of diamonds, club the jack and queen, and curtains.
I think he picks off the queen doubleton. I mean, West would have a pretty good hand to not have just bid 4 hearts with king third of hearts, king third of hearts, queen fourth of clubs, king 10 fourth of spades. I mean, it's not as if the king of spades is necessarily a great holding, but we're getting up to the point. Like, East bid 3 hearts in this auction, right? West could have had no heart fit and no values on the side. I think he's going to work out the queen of clubs is very likely in East's hand.
Is North-South are having a constructive auction. I'm not sure that 3 hearts shows anything.
Yeah.
And West has spade defense. It's mixed, that hand for West.
All right, club to the ace, cash our 10 of diamonds before we have to make any decisions.
Think again.
Yeah.
The other table they sold to 3 hearts and it made, so if 3 spades makes, it's a rather significant swing for 140 in both rooms, and if it goes down 2, it's 2 imps the other way.
Okay, well, this was not
That's
the
not
play.
He cashed the 10 of diamonds. No, 100% cashed the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, because even if West had queen 10 fourth of clubs here, like, we still wouldn't be making without cashing the diamond 10 from this spot.
Okay.
So.
He cashed the 10 of diamonds, took the club finesse, and claimed down 2. All right. I guess I'll check back in about 20 minutes or so and see if things are moving along. And hopefully we'll find a great match to watch where the scores are a Christmas present to Rob.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I want. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes. All right. Oh boy, I am exhausted, chat. I have to say. Also, where are all my viewers? Like, why do I have no viewers? What's going on? Is someone else trying to stream this this thing? Also, what the hell is happening? Why do we have board 14 playing again? Like, why is this board back here? Hello, Robert Hickling. Hello. Hey, Eric. Hey, Loki. I'm actually going to check Twitch. Is someone else doing commentary? Is that what's going on, or like is just everyone playing? No, there's just no viewers. Cool. Good talk, guys. Maybe that'll change over the course of the week. Maybe that'll be different if I'm less tired. We'll see. Good set. We've only had what, like 4 technical difficulties happen. Hey, Olivier, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know if Renath, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, but asked a question about how to learn bridge. I really need to fix this. There needs to be some way that I can answer this question in a reasonable manner. But unfortunately, I think a big problem is that bridge, like, there's just such a large barrier to entry to the game that it's complicated. We should ask that one guy in the Discord who said that he was inspired to learn bridge from watching my channel. We need to get that guy in here to make like a documentary about his journey. I actually don't know if it's a guy, but I just call everyone a guy. Schmabel says, can be sure of the existence of one viewer. That's good. You've been following in Descartes' work. Also, what the hell is happening? Did we just get board 14 replayed again? I don't... Okay, where are we at? Do we have any scores? So every score is flipped. Holy fuck, what happened in this match? 81-44 in 15 boards? What are they doing? What are these guys doing? This is crazy. Also, why didn't I get like a little blue pop-up when I came into this room? What if I wanted to join for... They're not even done! We have... We have had no push boards in this match. They have scored 125 imps in 15 boards. Sorry, 125 imps in 11 boards, because one of them was just not scored. And we've had 0 pushes. We should have been watching this match. The score might be bugged. I mean, fair. But also, the scorecard is 50 foot. Wait, is there an actual scorecard somewhere? Where is it? Tell me. Who has it? Who's been keeping this information to themselves? Oh, the BBO score right here is 50. What? How did they get these numbers then? Where did this come from? Oh, wait. I know the answer to this question. And it's only because I've seen this stupidity happen before. It's if you have a match and then you close down the table to reopen it again, then it keeps the score of the old table. So they started this table with some imps in. You know, I guess like 27 to 22 already in. That feels like a lot. 27 to... I guess that would make sense. If they started the score here... Hold on, we can probably verify. Is this 27? Oh, this is 27. So they opened this table after board 9 was concluded. We've gotten to the bottom of the problem. Look at me debugging errors. BBO should, like, pay me good money to come up with all of these issues. Now, like, I can't fix them because their software is run on a 30-year-old system, but I can tell them what's wrong. Anyway, so that's where all, like, I mean, it's still a high-scoring match, just in 15 boards, but not as big as I was imagining. Wow. Hey, Judy. Glad to have you here. Can we get software engineers from 30 years ago to fix it? You know, that might be the best solution to the problem. And there's probably a bunch of them at the tournament, in fact, because a bunch of people who do software, who were programmers, retired to play bridge. So we could just ask people, did you used to program 30 years ago? Look at the slam again, 6 clubs instead of 3 now. I mean, we did take a look at the slam. I don't really see what was wrong with the board. I mean, Michael is advocating for, well, he wasn't really advocating, but he pointed out that it would have been easier to get to the slam if the West hand, the 5-4 and the minors had opened a, let's see, can I get the board back? This one. We'll pull this up and talk about this during our break. I have no idea how long the break's going to be. Hey, Babs. Eric says, went to university bridge lessons. One guy had played chess, showed up as well. One time he had to declare several hands in a row and said that bridge is so much more complicated than chess, and you haven't seen him since. I was not a grandmaster chess player, but I was very good. and certainly whatever the equivalent of Grandmaster bridge player is. But I don't think bridge is anywhere near as complicated as chess. There are different skills, but in terms of the calculating power, it's definitely a different skill set to be able to play a game where there's hidden information. But there's not as much that you need to calculate in bridge. Not by a long shot. That's my opinion. Bridge is more complicated to get into. That is very true. All right, here we go. So here's the hand. Obviously, if West opens a club and reverses into diamonds, this auction goes a lot differently. A club, let's say a heart from East. I mean, North might overcall a spade, but let's say North-South stay out of it, just for the sake of seeing what East-West can do. A club, a heart, 2 diamonds. Some artificial negative by East. Because, you know, like, yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe East doesn't give an artificial negative. He has, despite 5 high card points, he has 5 card diamond support and the Queen Jack of clubs in his partner's first bid suit. Let's say East bids 3 diamonds. Well, West will probably bid 3 hearts. East will... It gets a little bit complicated. Let's suppose East gives up on no trump and just bids 4 diamonds. West bids 4 hearts. East bids 4 spades. These are cubids. West tries 6 diamonds, let's say. How does 6 diamonds do? 6 diamonds is just down. So it's not so clear to me that you do better if you open a club. I think you have a push at 3-no going down 1 and 6 diamonds going down 1. And if you play the contract in clubs, it looks like a heart lead beats 6 clubs anyway. So, I mean, the winning decision is for West to open 2-no, East to bid 3 clubs, and then pass the 3 diamond bid, apparently. That's the only winning decision. I could see East-West getting to 5 of a minor if West opens a club. I could also see East-West getting to 5 of a minor if North-South get in spades. Like, if North and South preempt to, like, 3 or 4 spades, then West might just go take the low road and sign off at the 5 level. Yeah, I think that if East goes high on the reverse auction, then West is going to have a hard time signing off once East shows a spade control. I don't know. It's an interesting hand. I mean, you know, certainly 6 diamonds and 6 clubs don't make. But do you want to be there? Maybe? I don't know. Like, if North didn't have the Heart Queen, then North would be on somewhat of a blind guess, maybe, about which major suit to lead, and then you might make 6 clubs. I think it's impossible to get to 6 clubs, though. 6 clubs is just not a realistic spot, right? Either you find the diamond fid, or you play in no trump. Those are the 2 options here. It depends on the reversing tendencies. Yeah, maybe. I think a lot of people play reverses or real hands, or at least people at this level play reverses or real hands. I know that Gibb doesn't, and I think a lot of club level players don't. But this is what a reverse looks like. Real powerhouse, able to kind of control the auction, looking for a fit. Interesting board. Dude, Fleischer 100? I can't take it. I'm losing it right now. These scores, we need to get this fixed. 100 imps and 15 boards. Yeah, and the other team scores 64. Amazing. Yeah, Eric says, remember when he started playing, didn't know what reverses were, just did them with any hand? Yeah, I think that's how a lot of people feel, because you pick up these 5-4-3-1 or 5-4-2-2 hands, and you're effectively taught that there isn't a bid with your hand, so you decide that reverse is the only thing you can do. Like, you know, singleton spade. Here's the kicker, right? Especially in ACBL land. Okay, singleton spade, queen third of hearts, ace king jack fourth of diamonds, and ace jack 10 fifth of clubs. You open a club, right? Because you're not allowed to open a no trump with the small singleton spade. So you open a club, your partner bids a spade. Now what? Well, you can't bid a no trump because that would show, well, a doubleton spade, but for a lot of reasons. You also have 15 high card points. That would be too many. You obviously can't jump to 2-no. You can't rebid 2 clubs. You have a 5 card suit. So the only option is to reverse into 2 diamonds. And this is what a lot of people get taught. They don't get taught that there's alternatives to, like, going through this insane reverse where your hand just isn't good. Instead, they're just taught, well, you're supposed to open your long suit, and then when you get here, you have no alternative, so you just have to make the best of a bad world. You reverse into 2 diamonds with this hand, and people therefore think it's good to do this, even when they do have alternatives. Anyway, just open those hands of no trump unless you're playing in this event, in which case it's illegal. Which is crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. Like, everywhere else, the WBF has these, like, brown sticker conventions or whatever, and, like, you're allowed to play these if you're playing at, like, a high enough level event. The Soloway knockouts should be the same event as, like, the World Championships, right? Because it basically is. Similar for the Spin Gold or Vanderbilt or Risinger, even. They should have the same rules as the WBF events, but they don't. Because the ACBL can't seem to distinguish between, you know, strong events and other things. Alright, where are we headed? We have, like, 17 different matches open. It looks like these might be real scores. No, this says quarter 1 still. We have A, same table, just 2 of the exact same table. We have C, different match. 0-0 over there. Okay, quarter 2 apparently is that New Zealand Regional Championship Seniors. Should we just watch this instead? Like, honestly? I'm very much drawn to, like, can we please just watch this instead of the shit show that we're dealing with? But no, we should, I'm contracted to actually cover this event. So I guess I better do it. Quarter one. I mean, we could jump into this match. Michael, do you just want to go to the Kaplan-Rosenthal match because that's the only one that's in? Who are these people? Who is Brown? I assume Kaplan is Adam Kaplan. There we go. Is this Sam Lev? It is. And Bill Pollock? Okay, let's go to that table. Dude, wait, which table? Bake's table? Okay, Bake's table. Let's do it. Alright, chat, goodbye. I will be back during the break. And I think my plan is going to be I will keep stream live. We'll play BBBL or something.
Hello.
Hello! Welcome on into second quarter action from the Soloways. And I do hope that both the scores are right and that the scores are going to be entered on the right side of the VuGraph column in this match. We have had some technical difficulties, and we apologize for that. Hopefully that will get handled behind the scenes. But
I really like that I see East Kaplan and East-West Kaplan. It makes me very optimistic.
You think we have the right team names? That's a good start.
Like half the battle. So here they're in 4 hearts on a 5-2 fit. And they did have not much in the way of a diamond stopper, so probably a good thing for them to not play 3-0.
Well, yeah, it's probably not going to work out, but as you say, the defense could have run the first 5 diamond tricks if they were careful against 3-no trump. So 4 hearts appears to be a better chance. Unfortunately, the hearts do not come home.
That's that snap analysis. Yeah, that's where you first sit down on the table and immediately nail the hand. So 4 hearts down 1 versus 3-no down 2. And North overcalled 1 diamond on a hand that was like ace king 5th of diamonds and out.
Yeah, a pretty important bid to make at imps, especially when the opponents are vulnerable, where a diamond might be the only lead to defeat a game contract. And it mostly is the only lead to defeat a game contract.
I think looking at the auction, the alert on North's 1 diamond is actually the alert on East's double. That North's diamond showed diamonds and East's double showed hearts. That makes everything make a lot more sense.
Yes. I wonder what the pause is here. I am nervous that this table might close, but
yeah, there we go.
All right. Summon the operator.
You know what? I think they said, like, you know what? Your Christmas present was too accurate. We're going to undo it.
That's very disappointing, but we should be back in momentarily. The operator's closing the table to deal with some sort of technical issue. And
back to the lobby.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. This is wonderful. This is kind of like the same experience I had last year covering this event when I was doing the Risinger. If anyone remembers that. That was lovely. I had such a good time. Okay. So hopefully it's not that bad. Alright, but seriously? Thoughts on just covering the New Zealand Regional Championship seniors? I'm leaning more and more towards doing that. Where were we? We were at Kaplan Rosenthal. They started up Rombo Bailey 28-13. Man, there were a lot of cell phone penalties, I'll tell you that. Those were not the scores we saw earlier. Hopefully no technical issues in there. You know what? We can take a look. I obviously can't do like video coverage of this thing, but it's up. All right, Michael says it's up.
Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. Okay. So first board, 4 hearts does go down 1. I mean, looks like a good auction from East-West in this room. I'm a bit unlucky that the hearts don't split, but they did well to stay out of the 3-no trump, which had no chance. Here we got a multi-auction. 2 diamonds by North, weak 2 in either major, 3 hearts by South, pass or correct. And East decides now to come in over 3 spades with a takeout double. Gets their side to 4 clubs.
That just ended things quickly. They were off 2 hearts, a diamond, and a club, it seems. North-south could have been off one spade, one diamond, and one club if they guessed hearts correctly.
Yeah, and I do wonder if North is a little bit heavy for this 2-diamond bid. I'm going to try and pull up their convention card.
Here's the thing. So all of North's secondary strength is in hearts, right?
Yep.
And what did South say? South said, I had a hand that wants to play the 3 level, whichever your major is. North knows the King Jack of Hearts are actually pushers. So there's a case for North to bid 4 spades over 3 hearts.
Yeah, I can definitely understand the reasoning there. I don't think
might not
that
look
South...
as good if South's ace of clubs is the 2 of clubs.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I will mention, because I was curious about this, a lot of pairs play 2 ranges of weak 2s, and that's exactly what North-South do here. North is absolute maximum. So South is probably expecting a hand that has the same structure except without the Heart King, or without the Spade King. Their 2 diamonds is 0 to 7. So sometimes you're just maximum and your partner's maximum and you miss a game for that reason, but it's not going to feel great when they see the final result.
Now, what I might have done with the South hand is actually bid 2 hearts passer correct, figuring that if partner suit is spades, I have a game try. But if partner suit is hearts, then I don't. If partner suit is spades, then my Queen Jack of Spades are actually working and my Ace of Hearts is working. But if his suit is hearts, then the Ace of Hearts is working and the Queen Jack of Spades probably are not.
Well, we've been informed that this table is also going to be taken down. We are really struggling to get the VU graph working today, but that does seem to be the case quite often with a lot of these events. Day 1, there are some issues getting things started up, so we will be back with you once this table is back up again, hopefully in just a minute. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gotta love this. I mean, I'm trying to be nice, but it's completely unacceptable that this thing has been run for 20 years and they still can't manage to make the VU graph actually happen. Like, my assumption is that this is Jan's fault. I don't actually know that, but it really just seems like the person who's controlling the VU graph is the one that's having technical issues, because BBO doesn't appear to have any problems with like other VU graph things. It's really just the ACBL setup of it. But I'm not certain. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Either way, it is absolutely unacceptable to run a tournament like this. I feel like I'm a broken record. I say this every single time, and yet nothing is done to fix it. Alright, how are we doing? We have Silverstein and Rosenthal against Levin Pollock. That's the other table in this match. I mean, I wouldn't mind watching that table. Andrew Rosenthal, the sponsor, of course, would be maybe not quite the same level as some of the other players in the event, but Aaron Silverstein, very strong player. Sam Love and Bill Pollock, not that well known, at least not in these really top tier events, but they are a solid partnership from the US. Bunch of old guys, though. They've been around for 60 years. Oh boy. This would be a fun table. Don and Jansma playing against the 2 young kids. I'm gonna sit here for a second. I'm kind of interested in just watching this table. It also looks like it is functioning, which makes me more interested in watching this table.
Well, Rob was threatening to sit here.
Let's do it. All right, hello. I am very hopeful that this table works out favorably for us.
My snap analysis is less snappy now that I'm at the third table sitting down.
Yeah, some unfortunate technical issues that we've been facing, but hopefully we're here to stay for this match, and this looks like a really fun table to be at. North-South, there are two young players from Europe. I believe North is from Denmark and South is from Norway, if I am correct. And East-West...
And just for the American audience, can you clarify that those are different countries?
Their flags might look a little bit similar, but yes, only if you were colorblind would you not be able to distinguish, and I think even then you might have a good chance. But as things lie, West has landed himself in 4 hearts, and with some pretty bad luck in the trump suit and pretty bad luck in the diamond suit, it looks like he's in a bit of trouble here.
He can almost do it.
Okay, I actually see what he's thinking about. North opened a no trump on the auction, so North is probably marked with the diamond ace. Unfortunately, we came in the middle of the hand, so I haven't followed the play all that carefully, but if North has the diamond ace, Declare has some issues.
So he could try dropping at Doubleton, or he could try cashing the ace of hearts and playing the jack of spades and hoping that North just has the king of spades left and then is diamond tight after that, wins the king of spades and has to play away from the ace of diamonds. Depending on what the count is. Also we came in late, so we don't know. He's trying to decide between two plans that we can see are not going to succeed, but he may have a difficult choice as to which failing plan to go for. Depending on whether it's possible the North has 3 spades or 1 spade left in this position.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, he leads a diamond. South needs to make sure not to play the jack here. So looks like Declare has gone with the plan of ducking, hoping to pick off the ace Doubleton in North's hand. It's not going to work out, but this seems like a reasonable approach. And then the moment of truth is going to be upon us on the scoreboard. Is this result going to show up at our table on board 16? Fingers crossed. So another diamond ducked around to the queen. North can cash the ace, and 4 hearts is down 1. Looks like we're still having some issues with the scoreboard. So I'm going to make a mental note that Bailey came in ahead 28-13 in this set. And I will try and keep people apprised of the running score, but just be aware that what you see on the screen might be an illusion.
It might be completely inverted. I think the running score is correct.
For now. Yes.
But it will soon get very, very incorrect.
Yes.
And since Rob is taking care of this, I don't have to. Thank you very much. And this looks like a pretty good 6 club contract, or even 6 no trump contract, especially if played by North.
Yeah, a diamond can go away on the long spades, and club finesse is working, but looks like we don't have quite enough entries to perform one of these fancy trump coups to pick off that king 4th of clubs.
So you need to rough 3 times and then get to the north hand. That's a lot of times roughing.
Yeah. A little bit too much.
So ace of hearts, heart rough, ace of spades, king of spades, heart rough, teleport over to the dummy, take some trump finesses, and then you're good.
I love your plan of just teleporting over to dummy. Okay, so North doesn't want anything to do with the potential slam try in clubs. It looks like South has showed natural clubs and probably heart shortness with the 3 heart bid. South, of course, thrilled to push past 3 no trump, has an excellent hand for slam, and I think at this point North is probably going to wake up.
What? No. North can't have passed 4 clubs. No way. It was... yes, okay. South's got a 5 loser hand. And North, in context of having said no over 2 clubs and then no again over 3 hearts, actually has a pretty good hand. And now he said no again over 4 clubs, so now it's all on South. That feels like one too many no's. I mean, it was one club wasn't strong, was it? Maybe they play a weak no trump and 2 clubs showed a strong no trump.
This is actually a good question. If 1 club was strong, I guess I can understand. North's hand is completely minimum. 16 count.
Oh, we don't have a convention card for these guys. So 1 club was alerted, which probably the alert is either it's strong or it could be short. And who plays a natural 2 clubs in response to a strong club? No, there's anything wrong with that. But
I do wonder, I mean, both these are younger players, and I don't know if they've played together much. They're from different countries. I do know that both of them do have quite a bit of experience in some of these, very strong events. I think South, I believe, played on the mixed team for Norway in Buenos Aires, if I'm not mistaken, in the recent World Bridge Games. And I don't know about North. North might have been competing in that tournament as well.
And if you're a new partnership and you're throwing it together and you go, let's just play a strong club, and then you just say, well, all right, we'll just do natural positives above 1 diamond, and that really mitigates the amount of system discussion you need to have about it, because you just get into a game force early, you get suit agreement, you do your Q bidding, you don't need to have these like weird 1970s style conventions like alpha asks and beta asks. All you really need to do is figure out suit agreement at a reasonable level. So it would be a reasonable agreement set for your new partnership to say, like, all right, well, we're playing natural positives and natural over that, so we just don't have to have a million years of discussions about what's what.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They're on their way to a slam in clubs because 5 diamonds is too many.
5 diamonds. I suppose North could. I suppose South could push it into 6-no. Maybe North would. I don't know. South was probably thinking about 7 for half of this auction, and has now realized that that's not likely anymore.
Yeah, I am wondering about the 5 diamond bid. It came out very slowly, and I'm curious whether or not South thought he was responding to a keycard ask.
Kit's been writing his rules that 4-no is never a keycard in clubs, which is, I suppose, a reasonable agreement just because they're next to each other and you sometimes need a good raise. I've had some partnerships where we used no trump as a good club raise. But here, in all of my partnerships, if I bid 2-no, then 3-no, then 4-no, I would be like, no, stop.
Yeah, that's definitely how North probably has been interpreting this auction. I mean, one way or another, North is gonna do something over 5 diamonds, whether it's just sign off in 6 clubs or whether it's Q-bid 5 hearts back because partner thinks that a grand slam could still be on.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he wants to bid 5 hearts back, but he's worried that there's a Blackwood accident and that 5 hearts would be a grand slam try, which he doesn't have.
Right. Yep.
So he may just be thinking about bidding 6 clubs or 6-no here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh yeah, and actually 6-no trump does make some sense. Now, of course, South hasn't really shown anything on this auction, so North can't be convinced that no trump will take the same number of tricks, but he does at least know his ace queen of hearts are right-sided, and yeah, he does bid 6-no. They get to the top spot.
So you pick up a couple of imps. I would like to think that players at this level are going to find at least 6 clubs on, with the south hand opposite a strong no trump. I could imagine finding 7 clubs by accident and then having good news, bad news in the club finesse. I mean, you can take 1 club finesse. I guess you can take 2 club finesses ending in dummy. So right, ace of hearts, heart rough. King of spades, heart rough. King of spades, trump, heart rough. But you've only tapped yourself twice.
Yeah. It's just not quite there to make 7. But in 6-no trump, you were going to be A-okay. East on lead, just trying to get as much information about the auction as possible. I suspect he's probably going to try a diamond? He tries a club. A club's passive.
That's a pretty scary dummy.
Yes.
I think if he knew that 3 hearts showed shortness and North picked no trump, he knew that his heart king was sitting behind the ace queen, so he stayed away from that.
Exactly.
And he also knew his partner wasn't likely to have a whole lot of assets to support whatever he was going to do either, so I understand the passive lead. There's really nothing he could do.
Alright, well, Weather Declarer decides to try and fly ace of clubs or duck this around to the jack. He's just going to have 12 tricks. So, nice result for them. We do see in the other room 6 clubs actually was bid over there. Looks like South did show clubs with heart shortness in that room and also pulled a 3-no trump bid to continue asking about some controls. Found themselves in 6 clubs. Declare takes the hook. And I think we're just about to see a claim. Declare just doesn't have anywhere near enough tricks if he doesn't set up clubs, so he's going to have to knock out that club king. 990, 2 imps, and I will have you know that the match is now tied.
It's 15 imps have gone the one way, but they're scored as the other, which is the 30 imp differential.
Yes.
It's like every swing is an anti-swing.
All right, on to board 18. This time South is the one with a big hand with clubs. Wait, South had a big hand with clubs last time.
South had a big hand with clubs on 16 also. South had 5 clubs on 16.
Yeah, I would not call that a big hand, but one man's trash is another man's treasure.
18 clubs over 3 deals is a lot of clubs.
It is a lot. So East opens a heart, 10 count, 5-4 in the majors, no Flannery. 2 club overcall by South. I mean, West is going to bid a lot of hearts.
Trash. I mean, the West hand is really trashy, and Jan and Josh, I think, play pretty down the middle. I think with 0 controls, he's not going to bid a mixed raise of 3 hearts. And I would guess they play 3 hearts is mixed.
I see. You think 3 hearts is mixed for these guys? Yeah.
I think so. I think they're modernists, so 3 hearts would be mixed rather than weak. And there's some overlap between weak and mixed, but 0 control hands, in my opinion, don't do that. And the hand just feels like a balanced. It feels like two hearts is a mild overbid to me. Never mind.
Three hearts does get alerted. I do not have a convention card for these guys, but it looks like just going based off of what I see from Jansma's card with Walenkin, who he used to play with, my understanding is that this might be weak.
Even so, I think three hearts is down 2. It's pretty rough. Now, if you can convince East West to lead a spade, or if clubs are 2-2, you could make 5 clubs north south.
Yeah, I suspect that West will get off to a heart lead if North does pull this to a club contract.
North has a pretty good hand.
Yeah, North has an excellent hand, especially because most of the time South is going to be kind of the other way in the majors. 2 spades and 1 heart, as opposed to 1 spade and 2 hearts.
And the prototype is 3-1-3-6, but
yeah,
there are other things you could be here. You're really unlikely to be 1-2 in the majors on this auction.
Right, so the King of Spades is very likely to be a useful card, which it just isn't here. North has a tricky problem. I mean, again, the draw of a vulnerable game at Imps really does claim the souls of some players, that they just have to bid it whenever it's an option. And I think 5 clubs is a very reasonable bid on North's card, so he might go that route. But he does have a lot of losers on the outside. The 4 small diamonds is particularly concerning, where partner is almost guaranteed to have some diamond length over there. So without a fitting card in that suit, it's very possible your partner might lose a couple of diamonds, and then if you have a heart or a club or a spade loser on the side, you might just end up going down that way. North also has a heart trick. I mean, a trump trick. So if we just pull a couple rounds of trumps, let's see if they can manage 9 tricks and hearts, or 8 tricks and hearts even.
Note, though, that 3-no trump, even if clubs were 2-2, would have problems, because they lead a heart, you win, you could cash the ace of spades, the ace king of clubs to get to the king of spades with the jack of clubs for your 9th trick, but then you can't get back to the clubs without losing the lead to the ace of diamonds. So no trump is really unattractive in general in some of these setups where you just have one stopper. A very slow 4 clubs. I mean, North had every second of his hesitation there. It must have felt like they were seriously underbid with 4 clubs.
Yeah, and so South rightly passes, I think, not wanting to take advantage of UI. We do get the heart lead. Jansma elects to try the queen. Take a little bit of pressure off his partner if dummy hit with King Doubleton, for example.
He hasn't made this yet. I mean, he can win the ace of hearts, lead a diamond towards his king, scored like a normal start, and then he has to decide how to proceed. There's something to be said for playing ace of clubs low club to try to guarantee a second entry to lead the diamonds up a second time.
Yeah, although that's not going to work if you start diamonds first.
Diamond off. Yeah, taking first round club finesse is an interesting idea. That gives you 2 club entries back to the dummy to lead diamonds up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this really was the play. Oh, he didn't take the first round club finesse. No, I think you were absolutely right. When I saw that jack of clubs hit, I was curious as well, and I think that's a really difficult play to spot, because you're kind of looking at this hand and figuring, I have a heart loser, I have a diamond loser, and maybe a second diamond loser if I can just hold my trumps to no losers, which seems like a reasonable thing to do, pull trumps and claim, as everyone says, then you can make the contract. But now he's going to be forced into picking off the jack doubleton of diamonds, which works. So he's probably going to come out okay.
And first round, club finesse also works against queen third of clubs onside because you pick up the clubs, and now you can afford to lose 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and it doesn't help if West were to, say, duck the jack of clubs, because then you've avoided losing a club trick. So,
right.
Yeah, that was a really interesting spot. Now, I guess Declare actually could still go down. Okay, he tried... That can't be the card that was actually played. There's no way, right?
No, he led the king diamonds. There's no way he let a low diamond playing for singleton ace. Even singleton ace doesn't even help him. Although somehow this is being recorded, I just don't believe this is true. I disbelieve the illusion.
My thinking was maybe he could cash the spade ace and exit a heart. East would have won perforce, and then East would kind of be end played into leading diamonds or spades, so he could then fall back on hooking East for the jack of diamonds, but looks like he did end up going down. Wait. Unclear. It looks like he went down. We see the claim of 9 tricks, but we'll wait until the result comes in.
Wait until the table crashes, and then the correct result will be in.
Yes.
Next Christmas.
I mean, if that's the case, then this has been an incredible set for Bailey. An incredible result for Bailey.
So weirdly, South only has 2 clubs on this hand.
You think he's going to summon the director over?
It feels like this might go 1-0 past Stamen, 3-0. And after a heart lead, you're not going to take a whole lot of trucks.
No, that King of Hearts is in the wrong hand.
Spades is not much better with the clubs offside and the diamonds offside. They don't get to run the hearts against you, but they still get to take all their tricks slowly instead of quickly.
Okay, West opens a club, so the 14 count is not in their no-trump range. East will likely bet a heart, showing 4 or more spades.
West will bid a spade, showing probably weak no trump with 2 or 3 spades, although some people play that 1 spade shows 3, and you do something else with 2. Like 1 no.
Yeah, and so we might actually... Okay, West bids 1 no, which is unusual.
That's not in any agreement set that I'm familiar with that you'd bid 1 no there. But, okay. Like, why wouldn't you bid 1 spade with 3?
I mean, I was going to say, it almost looks like East-West are going to right-side the no-trump. It's just a little bit random, depending on which defender has the Heart King. But it would have worked out better if East declared this time.
Might make it. A lot better.
Yeah, there's still a lot of work to do. I mean, with both clubs offside and the Jack of Diamonds offside. But you'd have a fighting chance. Okay, here's the heart lead. Declare is going to pop up with the queen. I mean, if Declare plays low, I think it's pretty hard for South to play the 9, but Declare is never going to do that.
Right, it's just... No Declare I know would play low. I hope.
No, there are definitely scenarios where you just would never believe an opponent would lead away from a king or an ace or something in a spot like this, and therefore you can kind of guess that the other player has that honor. But here, obviously, North might just have king fifth of hearts or something. You gotta pop up with the queen.
I think Billy Miller was telling me a story of a time he was playing with Barry Crane, and he wound up in 7 no trump, and they led a suit where it was something like ace queen and the dummy and a couple small cards in his hand, and the opponent, he was missing like 8 or 9 cards in the suit, so just like 8 of them, and he popped up with the ace figuring they wouldn't underlead the king, and he dropped the singleton king offside on the 7-1 break, and he said to me that Barry congratulated him, but he was just like so. It was just so difficult playing with Barry Crane. He didn't even count his tricks before calling for the ace. It's just like, well, I didn't leave the king. I don't have the king. I might as well play the ace without even going through the math of like, do I need the finesse? So,
yeah. All right, there's the queen of hearts.
I'm sure Billy tells it better than I do. If you ever see him, hit him up and ask him for the story.
I might do that. Queen of hearts gets covered. Okay, so what are Declare's realistic chances here? 1 heart, 4 spades, and the ace of clubs is 6. You need 3 more tricks.
So hearts blocking and something good in diamonds happening, or clubs coming in for 4 tricks seems unlikely, and that's what you would need. Otherwise, for clubs come in for 4 tricks, you need king jack doubleton.
Yeah,
that seems pretty rough. If you have 2 club tricks, now you can play club to the queen check for king jack doubleton. You're probably gonna need the club finesse anyways. If you don't see the king or the jack, the queen wins on a different deal, on a different layout. And now you have 4, 5, 6, 7 tricks. You need 2 from the diamond suit, and for them not to be able to take the hearts. So
yeah. Well, here we are. Club to the queen. North wins the king, and
I think South ought to be able to unblock the 9 of hearts at some point.
Yeah, it's not super important to do so. 3 no trump is going to go down, probably several tricks no matter what South does, but that would be necessary to run the heart suit, and I don't think there's any reason for South to get this one wrong. I mean, his partner's not leading a low heart from jack 10 third, so when North cashes the jack and 10, South should know to dump the 9 on that trick.
Don't think that the defense can't win a trick in addition to their 4 hearts, the king of clubs, and the ace of diamonds. But Declare can set up a diamond trick for his 7th trick. If they play a club through the North before taking all the hearts, like if they plays like a jack of hearts, heart to the 9 club, that would do it. Right now Declarer's cooked. They could take just 4 spades and 2 aces. That doesn't seem very likely that the defense manages to find that.
No, that would be incredible defense. And I mean, I suppose it is possible that North actually plays a low heart here. It would be a little bit of a spectacular play, kind of as mentioned. Even if Declare had the 9 of hearts in hand, he would definitely still have hopped up with the queen at trick 1, because it's just so much more likely that North has the bare king of hearts as opposed to both the jack and 10. So, but if North kind of says, hey, partner's somewhat likely to hold the 9 of hearts for that reason, let's just play a low one. I don't know the heart count based on this auction. West could easily have 4 of them. And if I play the jack of hearts and South doesn't, and the 9 doesn't pop up, am I really so convinced I can cash the 10 next? That's kind of what North is thinking about. So there's the jack of hearts. Does North continue with the 10? I think that's the most interesting question right now. It feels like the answer should be yes, in that Declare went after clubs, right? Declare played a club to the queen. even if West turns up with the 9 fourth of hearts here and we set that up, it almost sounds as if Declare is going to take another club finesse into our jack. So we may as well set up our 5-card heart suit. That seems reasonable to me, at least. But North might have other ideas. You could always passively exit a spade if North just isn't comfortable with trying to cash hearts immediately. And I suppose if you do exit a spade, Declare probably wins the king and tries to run the 10 of clubs, so amusingly we might get back. He does exit a spade, actually.
I mean, I suppose Declare may take a club finesse himself, and he's got to be suspicious. I think Declare takes 3 spades here. Declare could easily take 3 spades, pitching a diamond, and take a club finesse.
Yeah, it's not enough tricks. Yeah, so he does lead a diamond up to the king. This is pretty reasonable as well. The South wins the ace, plays back the 9 of hearts. And that's it. North can cash out the 3 hearts.
South on lead here, but it doesn't really help. I mean, if North leaves South on lead and South plays a club, then North could fall for his own trap and finesse it.
South did leave his partner on lead for a club, but South was just not having any of it. Let's make sure we beat the contract before we try and get fancy.
All right, well, this should be a push board. So 18 was never scored?
Yeah, 18 didn't get scored. It looks like the other room bid and made 4 clubs, but I'm still not certain that 4 clubs went down in this room. I guess we'll try and stay up to date if we do get a result. If 4 clubs did go down in this room, I think that's 6 imps going the way of Bailey, in which case they would be up by 6. I will tentatively mark that on my scoreboard.
It's a good thing someone's keeping correct score, because otherwise the player's going to finish this match and they're not going to know who won.
I am doing my best to keep up. All right, board 20. So is this West hand an opening bid?
Oh, for sure. I mean, for sure is a huge overbid. I mean, it's better than a lot of 11 counts that I see opened all the time. I'd rather be 5-4-3-1 than 5-4-2-2, but there's texture in my 5-card suit. My honors are all controls. They're all in my long suits. So, of course, he passed it. Now, 1-0 trump. I assume East is going to pass that rather than show something with 2-suitor, and South's going to pass it. West might be able to double to show clubs or something. But no, 1-0 all change. And the power lead in diamonds coming from the East hand, I suppose, or maybe just a low diamond?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's not really power. Might lead a high non-power diamond. And I think you attack diamonds, not hearts. But there is a case for hearts against 1-0 trump with the East hand. Or you figure you probably have time to get to the diamonds later, and you'd hate to lead the king of diamonds and find out you with Jack third or something.
Yeah, a low diamond does feel very committal, because obviously it might blow into, say, the ace-jack here, or the 9 in this case. But if your partner does have a fitting diamond honor, it's probably pretty important to lead low at trick 1 as opposed to a high one. Your ace of clubs looks primed to be knocked out as one of the first entries that Declare goes after to set up his side source of tricks. So I could see a low diamond. I think I like that a little bit better than a high diamond honor, whether we play the power, or
maybe the 10 hearts is a compromise between a high diamond and a low diamond.
Yeah, and I think your point about a no trump makes some sense. So Josh Don does decide to try the king of diamonds, which is not going to necessarily hurt Declare's chances here.
I think Declare comes out on top eventually. The king queen of diamonds being clustered, the ace of clubs being singleton, the ace king of hearts being together, all those things mean that none of the suits are particularly easy for the defense to establish, and all of the suits involve a trick for Declare, even if he has to start them himself.
That does seem correct. Now, so Declare wins the diamond ace because he's hoping to set up a second diamond trick himself, and he goes after it immediately.
Diamond suit's pretty clear to east now. He can establish the beer card with the ace of clubs as an entry, and I think he might just do that. Dummy had some values. It does look like Declare is acting as if that diamond is his 7th trick, but that's unlikely to really be true with that dummy.
Well, it does happen to be true in this case, because eventually the defense is going to have to break one of the round suits. But if Josh Don does decide to switch to hearts here, he has a real chance of coming out on top. The defense could, and he does switch to hearts. I like this defense. The defense can score 3 hearts, 2 clubs, and 2 diamonds before Declare gets his 7th trick established in the diamond suit itself.
Jan has to decide how to react to this.
Yeah, he knows his partner doesn't have the Jack of Hearts, but he's not entirely sure what his partner's heart length is. I think it makes a lot of sense to just duck this trick.
And that leaves 7 tricks to the defense in the way of 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 3 hearts.
Right.
Before Declare can get his 7th trick, Declare has 4 spades. 1 heart is 5, and 1 diamond is 6.
Yeah, and I suppose the pitfall the defense needs to maybe avoid is Josh Don does need to get that ace of clubs out of his hand at some point. And it might not be so obvious for him to do so, because it feels always very strange to just cash an ace when the opponents are declaring a no trump on defense. If he doesn't do so, the king of clubs could end up stranded. One sample line of play is the Jack of Hearts wins this trick. Declare plays the Jack of Diamonds, pitching, say, a spade from dummy. Josh wins and continues the 9 of Hearts, which holds, and then plays a 3rd heart. Jansma can overcome this. He can lead clubs away from the king himself, but it might not be so obvious to do so. Jansma might just cash all the hearts and switch to a spade, and Declare would then have 7 tricks established. So the defense does need to be very careful with how they continue. Okay, Jansma has come out of the tank. King of Hearts. There's no way North played the Jack on this trick. All right. Ooh. Well, that's cold. He shifts to clubs himself. Maybe even thinking that it's somewhat likely his partner has queen in a club. And then
Can this sever the diamond, though? maybe the defense doesn't get the queen of diamonds anymore, although Declare doesn't. Declare wouldn't get their diamond trick either, though.
Right. Now the difficulty is getting back to East hand for the queen of diamonds, but a 2nd heart can be played and ducked all around, and then the 4th heart is an entry to East. So Josh Don does continue the 7 of Hearts, which should get ducked. And at this point, Jansma has a full count on the hand, I'm pretty sure. In terms of high card values, I believe. like, East cannot have the Queen of Clubs. He would have won the Queen of Clubs earlier, so North has that card. We're convinced about the diamond layout, because why else is Declare playing a diamond back at trick 2? Declare must have the Jack of Diamonds. I guess it's possible that East has the Spade Queen, but for the most part, I think Jansma knows about the location of the entire honor structure. And the 7 of Hearts, I think, is an important count card. The 10 of Hearts showed the 9 earlier, and now the 7 of Hearts is clarifying the heart count. So Jansma should have a good understanding of what needs to be done to beat this contract. He does play low, so Declare wins the Jack. He's going to try a diamond, but to no avail. Maybe he doesn't try a diamond, maybe he tries a club. But either way, the defense has communication. 4 rounds of spades is going to clarify the rest of the hand for the defense, and they're going to have no issue cashing out. So, really nice defense. I don't know if there was much Declare could have done. His line of play seems completely reasonable to try and set up a diamond trick, and then that would get him up to 6, and maybe the defense will give him a harder club later. But unsuccessful here, certainly. Jansma can fly up with the King of Clubs, Ace of Hearts and a heart, and Josh Don will score the last trick. No beer for him, but he'll be happy to defeat the contract, of course. In the other room, it looks like East-West were left to play this contract in 3 hearts. And
1, 2, 3, only 4 for sure losers, but some work to do.
Yeah, well, they did make it. The no trump opener helps a lot. It places a lot of the missing high cards, of course. So that'll be an imp going the way of Bailey, who I'm going to say is up by 7.
I like how we're not getting any scores anymore.
They've given up. They heard that I was keeping track of score, and they decided there was no need.
Yeah, Rob's got it covered. We're not needed here, boys.
Let's just clock out early. Alright, 2 passes go around to South, who opens a diamond. This is a really nice 18 count.
Almost what the no trump opening is.
West also opens a diamond. West tries a no trump.
At this point, South says, I pick you for my partner, West.
Yeah.
Right
there.
he is.
Southwest are cold for 7 diamonds, of course.
North-South certainly have play for 4 hearts. Pretty good play, I think.
Yeah, the chances get a lot better given that East can never get in to play a club throw. Not that it would necessarily matter, but South can set up the diamonds with the roughing finesse. Well, North does get involved. Looks like 2 clubs, both majors. And
I wonder how South reacts to that. South has an awfully fine hand, and it certainly sounds like partners like a weak hand with 5-5 in the majors.
Right. I do wonder, though, especially with this shape, given that North was allowed to bid 2 clubs with 5-4, if South has a way to ask for a 5-card major, because you don't really want to go bidding 4 hearts if your partner might only have 4 of them over there.
You also would like to grab whatever strain you're going to declare from the South to put the strong hand on lead.
Right.
Conflicting interests.
I mean, 2 no trump feels somewhat practical, but it might need some sort of sophistication over that, as you say, to make sure that South becomes the declarer.
Maybe South's just supposed to bid 4 hearts because it's a red game and it might make.
So there's 2 no. I think this... Yeah, it does seem like a reasonable attempt. We'll see what North is able to do over this. Warren at the table not listening to your commentary, but of course there are no running scores in this event. We do not have a fancy website that has the scores updated regularly with the teams like the WBF does.
We believe the actual score is
35-28 in favor of Bailey.
All right. I'm spoiling it for Warren.
Alright, I don't think West is thinking over 2 no, but looks like there is a bit of a pause in the action. I mean, I'm not that surprised that North is spending a bit of time, especially if this is a new partnership. It easily could be, in which case... I don't know. I mean, South has a good hand, right? South has Q-bid no trump. And... is very interested in some sort of game.
This is a powerful match for this round. I feel like one of the more interesting team matchups with both teams kind of having a lot of stars on them. A lot of people who I want to watch. Like, I really like watching Jan and Josh. I think they're just really great natural bidders and players. I usually understand what they're doing and why they're doing it, as opposed to some players where I'm just sort of like, that was weird, or that bid wouldn't have occurred to me. I sort of feel like I'm dialed in more on those guys. And then we have this junior pair North South who are always exciting to watch. Anyone who's young, so under 50.
Yeah, for sure. This is an exciting table, but there are actually quite a lot of exciting tables. We've seen a couple so far in the round of 32. This often tends to be a well-populated event with a lot of the best players, and I think we'll see a lot of that over the course of the week. So North bids 3 clubs. It looks like they did have some sophistication over 2-0, which is great. That they found the 5-3 heart fit and South got to declare.
Either 3 clubs showed a 5th heart or South just decided to take a shot at it with 3 clubs showing a 4-club fragment. I could believe either one since 3 clubs wasn't alerted, but whatever they did it right. So we would expect this to be another swing to, I don't know, whatever team North South are on.
Rambo. Yes. So we hopefully have that correct, and if they do make 4 hearts, this will be 10 imps going their way, and they would once again take the lead.
I think they're going to make 4 hearts. I don't think there's... What does West lead? High diamond?
Yeah, the high diamond lead kind of gives away the show, but I think Declare would be able to pick that off regardless. And the fact that East has long hearts... You don't even need to be that careful, even if you get over-roughed on the 3rd round of diamonds. It's with a natural trump trick. Wait, no it's not. No. What am I talking about? I'm just spouting nonsense. Okay, Declare needs to be a little bit careful, it looks like.
Well, if it goes diamond, diamond, say high diamond, low diamond, and you win, pitching, say, a club from dummy, you play ace of hearts, heart, and they win, and they play another low diamond, pitch the other club as East roughs it.
Yeah, but that's the end of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does look like the ace diamonds is going to make things a little bit easier for Declare, because now he'll be 100% confident that both diamond honors are with West. But Jansma has an unpleasant decision about what to do at trick 2.
In some of these positions, it's right to lead a trump or even the 10 of trumps in some of these positions. I don't think this is one of them. But,
yeah, he's going to be very concerned that Declare could have ace-jack third, so...
Yeah, and it turns out this hand Declare just wants to draw trumps, not rough out the king of diamonds and claim. It's Declare's general plan, so it would play right into Declare's hands to play trumps for him.
I mean, a spade looks like the most appealing switch from West's perspective, just because a club blows a trick, a heart could blow a trick, and a diamond often is just going to help set up Declare's diamonds, so process of elimination.
9 of spades.
Yeah, 9 of spades.
I'm really disappointed in Warren for not thanking you for keeping that score, though, in the table chat.
Oh, I'm used to it. I don't think any of the text commentators... I will shout out Kit Woolsey, who, as a text commentator, actually did an excellent job of paying attention while I believe Craig and myself, or Danny and myself, or whoever were doing commentary for the World Championships when that was going on a month ago. He was following what we were saying and telling us every time that we said something silly.
Kit is a very thorough individual,
mm-hmm.
and he has a excellent focus, which I suppose is why he's a world champion in more than one mind sport.
Oh, look at that! We have a new kibitzer to our commentary. Well, thanks for tuning in, Warren. You're doing an excellent job yourself. Man, I am happy that I'm not in Jansma's seat. Although I think he's going to be thrilled to see that Declare just always was going to be making at least 10 tricks on this one.
I know the score's wrong. I hope we get it fixed soon. I have some patience there. It rates to get fixed when the final scores are in before tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, it would be wonderful if we did get that fixed during the break. There's going to be a short break for the players to grab something to eat, and I think myself as well, between this set and the next one. The next segment is slated to start at 4 p.m. local time, so that would be in 2.5 hours from now, which I guess, given that we have about...
by the more handsome Craig Ganser, although I'm better dressed today.
You really are. I'm all bundled up because it was freezing, literally freezing, not figuratively speaking, where I am today.
Do you want correct match scores or just random ones?
I unfortunately do not know, Warren, if there is a place for real match scores. If you just want random scores, we could link to any of the worldbridge.org sites for previous tournaments. I'm sure that a lot of these teams have played in those events, and we could just pretend.
Is not linking a score sheet here. Let's see if Live ACBL is linking a score sheet for this. Tournament schedule, tournament overalls. Tournament events, how about that? Boy, they are not like, okay, here we go. Leaderboards for the Soloways. That's not helpful.
Well,
Can't just click Soloway and get all the different things for it.
Yeah, while Michael is fishing for some scores, it looks like your line of play exactly has been followed to a T. 2 more rounds of diamonds promoting that Jack of Hearts is actually fairly well done by East-West to ensure that they get that trick in. But now Declare does have no club losers anymore, and a couple of... a roughing finesse and diamonds can rough one of the spades as well. There's no more trumps. So, plus 620. Well played. Did you find it? We have real scores?
I have no idea if those are correct, but...
amazing.
There are first quarter scores for every match other than Pollack Rosenthal, which seems to have a second quarter result. I claim neither that it is correct nor spoiler free, so look at your own risk.
Big 21 count from East here. Let's see how they can handle this collection.
I would not upgrade that to 2 clubs, 4 triple 3, no texture. I would love to have a third spade honor. It's terrible spots. It just seems like a fairly mundane 21 count. In fact, if I open 2-0 and partner invited slam, I'm not sure I would accept the invite.
So 2-0 from East, and Jansma does have a 5-card suit. He has all of the 10s.
Excuse me.
I do wonder, bless you, I do wonder if Jansma is going to be drawn towards the vulnerability and take a shot at 3-0.
I like it. I mean, oftentimes, often where there aren't 9 tricks, there aren't 8 either. So if the clubs come in, you're probably going to make 3-0.
Yeah.
How do you do? 5, 6, 7, 8 off the top, and you probably get a diamond trick for 9 or a second heart trick for 9.
Yeah, exactly. East's hand just fits perfectly with what West has and with the club's behaving. You just have 9 tricks.
Looks like they did the same in the other room. What East lacks in spots, West has with all the 10s and all the 8s. You don't often have 2 4-of-a-kinds in a single hand. That's really hard to do. It's got to be worth something to have 40 miles.
Yeah, now South decides to lead a spade against 2-0, 3-0.
Now the Queen 9 are off.
Mm-hmm.
So North has a normal stick-in of the 9. Not that that's guaranteed to be right, but I think it's the normal thing. Assuming Declare might not play low, Declare could put up the 10. But Declare can also make a spade trick by force after that too, right? 10 Queen Ace. I guess you can't give up tricks to both the Jack and the 9 and then still take a trick other than your King. So never mind.
No, but if Declare does cash the Ace King of Spades, he'll have the spot cards to force out an extra trick in that suit.
And Declare might just cash the Ace King of Clubs, verify they work, and then shift to diamonds.
Yeah, that does seem somewhat likely to me.
Maybe just assume the clubs are working and play on diamonds even before touching the clubs. Yeah, that's what he's done, rather than roadmap the hand out. They won't know if Declare has a 5-card diamond suit here. For all you know, the diamond 10's about to hold.
Yeah, I think if South ducks, the diamond 10 might hold. Maybe not. Maybe South or North should win the ace and play a spade back, but...
I mean, if South ducks slowly enough. There's like so much UI here on these plays.
Yeah.
This is a hard one. I don't think like even South, when they made their normal lead, there was plenty of time taking a trick 1. And South's trying to anticipate what he's going to do. South might have been thinking, what am I going to do if Declare plays a low heart towards the Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Was probably not thinking so deeply about what am I going to do if Declare plays a low diamond towards the 10.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's kind of forgivable, but North really also needs to not take advantage of it, because that's just the rule. It's hard not to for a lot of players.
It is an important point that you bring up about unauthorized information being conveyed on some of the hesitations in the play. But as you say, there's no. That's kind of what the directors get involved for if there ever is a case after the hand.
And you only have so much. I mean, even given that it was not a particularly fast tempo to trick one, and South, being a responsible person, was trying to think about what plays Declare could give that would give no problem. I'm always doing that when I make my opening lead, dummy comes down, I start immediately thinking about what could happen that would make me feel weird and awkward, and how should, what card am I going to play in those cases? And I try to resolve as many of them as I can, but it's often very challenging to do so. I suppose North's continued spades. Declare now can set up a spade track.
Yeah, and I think Declare probably will, because you're not establishing extra tricks for the defense in doing so. So there's a spade. South wins the jack.
And now he makes 4 now. This is the second defensive trick. Yeah, unless I guess the defenders can shift to hearts to set up their 4th trick. But I don't think South's switching to a heart from queen third here.
It's unlikely unless North asks for it somehow. And I don't know the best way for North to ask for hearts here.
North's certainly not going to pitch a diamond, because he thinks that his partner has. I think he's hoping that 9 of diamonds stops the 3rd round of the suit.
Right. And he's not going to pitch a club because
if partner has king third of clubs or something.
Yeah, or ace doubleton. Partner could have ace doubleton. Declare has king third.
Now, realistically, Declare should have ace king of third of clubs on this, at least, or ace king fourth of clubs, to have not played on clubs yet. So maybe North should just pitch an encouraging heart.
It looks like he has, so South now has to read into this. Is that enough a reason to switch to a low heart here?
And he knows his partner can't have a lot more in the way of terms of high card points, given what he's already seen. Partner can have at most about 6 if Declare open to 19 count.
Yeah, but you did bring up this excellent point, which is that generally one of the reasons why a Declare wouldn't be playing on dummies long suit and no trump is because the suit's already set up. Otherwise, you would want to take the time to try and establish that suit, so that it makes it very likely that Declare started with ace king third of clubs. Obviously, he could have other holdings where clubs are undesirable to touch, like ace doubleton, for example, if that's a possible holding, king doubleton.
So yeah, that was. Thanks for clarifying that. And that was one of the things when I was a junior, or when I was coming up. My father said to me, he said, probably after I misdefended a hand playing with him, he said, "Well, when they don't play on dummies long suit and no trump, it's because they don't need to."
Yeah.
And it's just a good lesson in general. But South has defended passively, and that was going to allow Declare to take one additional trick now.
Yeah, we're just going to see the claim now. Well, Declare doesn't know the clubs are coming home, but he'll try it out. Try out that suit.
Yeah, he can afford to cash the ace king of clubs before playing a diamond, because he has a sure hard entry back to his hand.
Yeah, exactly. Long think from North. We see it doesn't really matter, but North obviously is just trying to be careful.
Yeah, the rate of play has not been excitingly quick.
No, but it looks like we're kind of caught up to the other room. They have also only... I mean, I'm judging, making that comment based on the scorecard, which might be relatively inaccurate. But it does look like they've only got results up through board 23 over there. Alright, there's a heart discard from North, clarifying his previous signal. Now Declare will cash 2 clubs, and once he sees those split, he's just going to claim his 10 tricks.
North really is thinking about which of the 6 and the 5 of clubs to play here. That seems a bit much.
Alright, there we have it. So 1 imp going the way of Bailey here for an overtrick. This match is getting close, even though you might not expect that based on the scoreboard. It's only a 2-imp lead for Rambo currently, if I have the scores correct.
And the Michael Jordan board.
23. The best number of his career, as opposed to when he returned later. 13 count from South. Nice hand. I believe they're playing 15 to 17 vulnerable and a much weaker range not vulnerable. We've seen that from them. So South opens a heart.
So obviously par, 6 hearts, bidding and making, north-south, but realistically, not so much.
Wait, you just have to take, what, like 2 anti-percentage plays in the red suits?
Yes.
North, interestingly, starts with a spade on what is a game-forcing hand. A lot of players would make their game force with the North cards, having only 4 spades with a hand like this, with a 2-club bid, but...
Yeah, I like using 2 clubs here sort of as just bundle all my 2/1s, and then partner just bids 2 diamonds if they have nothing special to say, and 2 hearts if they have 4 cards in the other major, and then other things are like transfers, like 2 spades to show clubs, 2 no to show extra values with the 6-card major, and 3 clubs to show diamonds. And so it would go 1 spade, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, denying 4 spades, 2 hearts, agreeing hearts at 2 hearts in a forcing way, and now you have plenty of room to figure out that you have you each have slam tries, but not enough to go past the 4 level.
Yeah, as it is, it looks like North just jumped to 4 hearts to show a minimum. I mean, it's
they're a strong club pair, so I might have just gone 1 heart past 4 hearts. But 1 heart, 1 spade, 2 spades, 4 hearts, that's fine.
It does seem like North-South are playing a strong club, so...
Clearly, North hand could make a slam opposite a 1 heart opening bid in a strong club context, particularly if it was, unbalanced and better fitting. But
yeah, it does decide to just take the practical approach, get to 4 hearts, let the opponents guess at what the right opening lead is. And with the spade and club finesses both working, it seems pretty likely that Declare is going to make this, and then the question's just going to be about overtricks.
West might lead a diamond here, which will make it very easy to find the diamond queen. A whole full Marie Antoinette on her, but he could. He might also lead the ace of clubs.
Yeah, this is one of these reasons why the 4-heart bid in these precision contexts is so powerful. Even if the auction had gone a heart past 4 hearts, that would be even more so. Then the opponents are left with a complete guess as to what the best suit is to lead. Here, West is deciding between the minors, but doesn't know that diamonds is North's side source of strength.
It's very difficult to play against the precision pairs of bid one heart, four hearts. Not only are you guys got an opening lead, but every once in a while you're sitting there with like 14 high card points and 6 spades, and it goes one heart past 4 hearts to you, and you just shrug amid 4 spades, and you go for 8, 11, 1400.
Yes.
Not that I have any experience in having that happen to me. Nick and Diamond nailed me for 1400 on such an auction in a team trials.
Oh, yikes. Yikes.
18 and 6 spades.
Wow. Okay, it looks like it was pointed out to me that maybe they aren't actually playing a strong club. I mean, it looks like a strong club based on this auction to me, and I wonder if they're playing different systems at different vulnerabilities, kind of like Gru and Moss do.
Board 16, they opened a club with a balanced 16 count, so that could have just been a. Was it board 16? There was a hand earlier.
Board 21 is
17, maybe.
Yeah, 21 I think is the big one that I'm thinking of, where they opened a diamond on the 18, balanced 18.
Like my table, their table, just doesn't work because it's like Corbell at both tables.
Yes, there is a little bit of difficulty. Anyway, thank you, Kibitzer, for pointing that out, that it does look like they're at least not playing strong club all the time. If they are, then in that case, this seems a little bit maybe odd to me from North to just bid 4 hearts. I mean, I know that South has limited their hand with 2 spades, but I'm wondering, like, could South be more distributional somehow? Maybe the point is that with all of these kings, if South has a singleton somewhere, that
it's a wasted king.
Yeah, it's a wasted king.
Yeah, it'd be like if North was more clustered, like even if you made the king of clubs into the queen of either spades or diamonds, it might be a better slam case.
Right. Yeah.
Or the king of diamonds into the queen of spades. Now we can think king queen fourth, ace third, jack fourth, king and one. Partner could have a singleton diamond, and all of a sudden, slam could be pretty good.
Oh no! We were doing so well, and yet the Vugraph table is about to close. Well, the technical difficulties persist, but...
That's because Corbell's at both tables, and it's his fault. There has to be a penalty for that, right?
For sitting at both tables? Probably. There should be. Anyway.
I feel like that message came, when they actually finished play 30 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Or they actually just finished play, but the message came in real time.
I would love that. That means we're going to zoom through the next 7 boards in 30 minutes. That would be ideal.
Another Zoom call.
All right. Well, apologies. The table is going to close. We will see you guys back in a few minutes. Oh, boy. I hate this. Hello, Graham Osborne Bridge. How's it going? Let's, What a disaster. Hey, we got the New Zealand Regional Championships for women's as well. Are they just playing like a mini World Championships? They have the women's, the seniors. Do they have open and mixed as well? Unclear. That feels like we should be watching that match, though. So where were we? We were at... We were at hold, this table, I think. No, the other table. We were at... Oh, it's gone now. It's gone. Is this table up and running? Maybe. Buck is on board 30 already. We picked the wrong match. I'm sorry. They are playing against Adam Kaplan. He's very quick. So that makes sense. M. Brown. Oh, it's Maddie B. So what is this Kaplan team? Kaplan, Brown. They're like 5-handed, right? I assume there's a sponsor. because I can't imagine that either of these guys would play no sponsor. In fairness, we did pick that table. We did pick that. We tried. We tried our best. Although, apparently that table also has issues. Look, there's 2 of them. No, sorry. Wait, did I say there were 2 of them? There's 3 of them. They have 3 of that table open currently. This is incredible. Do they all have different scores as well? 42-51, 42-50, and 97-51. This is so amazing. It's like, how can they even have messed up this badly? That is a huge problem. What are these emotes, by the way? Where did you get these emotes? Do I have these emotes? What are these emotes, Michael? Oh, they're from Mad Oblivion. That's another bridge streamer, right? Yeah, I got you. Okay, is the table back up yet? This table is up. Welland, Aachen, Corbell, Bailey. I'm scrolling through an endless list. We have 2 different Fleischer matches, once again. I can't take this. I mean, is it possible to do worse? I don't want to jinx it, but I just, theoretically, could say you're ready to give up. It is possible to do, there's no way. I don't believe you. How are we doing? Where is our table? This is the other table in the same match. How was I doing on score, by the way? I have no idea. It's really hard to say. 9 imps. Okay, so 620 was actually the result. We had it scored as 650, I think, in our room. I don't actually remember. That's only 9 imps. Which team was that for? That is for... Hold, please. Rombo. I'm going to update my score sheet to take this into account. Did 4 clubs was actually 6, so I got that. I'm up to date on scores. there are 4 Cementos playing. That's too many. That really is too many. Are there also 4 Versaces, or is it just Cementa? We have 1, 2. Where are they? I don't even see them. Wait, do you have different glitches than I do? That would be really cool. Because I only see 2 Cementas. 1, 2. Okay, we have Bailey against Rombo. Match C down here. Jans Madan, Lehrman, Evenstad. Are we in? We are. You have different glitches. This is incredible. Okay, I'm going back in. This looks like a fun hand. Alright, everyone. Welcome back. Apologies again for technical difficulties. We as the casters have no control over this, so petition your friendly VuGraph operators to get these things fixed. Hopefully before the next set. North opens a no trump, 14 count here. South transfers to spades, and I wonder what South's plan is. Is this a hand where we want to be making a slam try?
For sure, because I'm like North has 8 of their high card points opposite your void, and so that's why you don't have any play for slam. But yeah, South Splinter, that seems like a reasonable continuation. North's like, no.
North had other ideas opposite the Heart Splinter. So, as is, it looks like there's a pretty easy time making 11 tricks. The other table took 10. I guess maybe a diamond to the ace and a low club switch is what could hold it to 10. It's pretty uncomfortable flying the ace or the king of clubs there. So let's see if Jansma finds this defense.
And it just beats it when partner has king and a club, but that puts Declare a nice robust 13 count. So
yes.
This seems super likely the partner has a king of clubs.
Well, there we go. Probably ace of diamonds, low diamond, asking for a club back. And when East couldn't ruff, Declare just pulled trumps, cashed the ace king of hearts, and clubs went away.
Yeah, that does seem like an easier way to beat the contract is for the diamond lead to be a singleton.
All right, North opens a 10 count, 1 no trump. So
that must be why they opened the 16 count white with 1 club, because they're playing it like a 10 to 12, and they probably have like in a 10 to 12 position, they're probably playing a 13 to 16 1 club, which is an awkward range, but at least when you miss a game because your partner has to go, it goes a little low and you have a max, that it's a white game. I feel like it's a match point system to the 10 to 12 no trump, but it can work well in imps, but I certainly had better results at match points than imps.
Well, North-South have done very well on this hand, given that the clubs actually come home. The Queen of Hearts opening lead is going to set up the king. King of Diamonds in the pocket. Declare just has 9 tricks here. The other table missed this no trump game, got to 4 clubs.
There's like a blockage in the club suit. There's, I suppose, you can't really blow up both entries to the north hand. You duck the Queen of Hearts is sort of the normal thing to establish the suit. Or not.
All right, Jansma wins the heart ace, plays back the jack. He's just hoping to get in with that king queen of spades, but it's going to be too late. Funnily enough, if Declare ducks this trick, just try and make sure that communications are cut. Jansma could switch to the King of Diamonds to kill the north hand a little bit, but that would blow a diamond trick. So
well, the clubs actually aren't really blocked because of the singleton queen, so you can play ace jack 10 and then overtake the 9.
Yeah, exactly.
So they only seem blocked. It was an illusion.
It will be blocked if Declare elects
when you start
to...
with the king, yeah.
Yeah, if Declare elects to start with the king because it's looking relatively likely clubs are 3-1 with East, then the clubs will end up blocking. But... Oh-ho! I have an inside informant. I have North-South's convention card now. And I will say, I feel like my guess was pretty accurate that this must be a very new partnership because their convention card is almost entirely blank. So, but it is helpful. They are
I've seen a number of
2-over-1.
juniors with underfilled convention cards.
Yeah, 3 different ranges of no trump depending on vulnerability, and that's basically it on their card. Alright, 3 rounds of hearts have come. Declare pitches a spade, now has to work out what to do in the club suit.
I feel like Declare should realize at this point that they're way far behind and there have been a lot of glitches and should just play quickly.
Maybe it'll magically be misscored if they just play faster. I do like the plan of King of Clubs first, to pick off the potential singleton and West Hand.
They're certainly exhausting us. I haven't been up since midnight, so...
Yeah. It's going to be a long day. I mean, a lot of people will be jet-lagged, especially for this event. West Coast time zone is difficult for not even just East Coast American players, but Europeans as well.
I wonder who won the afternoon football games. That's got to be more interesting than waiting for Declare to play the King of Clubs.
I mean, I am wondering if there's any reason Declare is going to try a club to the ace. I don't know. Either is going to work. As long as Declare doesn't take a first round club finesse into the singleton queen, he'll be in good shape. I guess there is a reason for taking the first round club finesse. It would be necessary if clubs were 4-0. Because otherwise the clubs would block. King of Clubs, club finesse. You have to use your Ace of Diamonds entry to take another club finesse, and then you never get to that long club. That feels like a little bit too big of a position to take, though.
Yeah, I think 3-1 singleton honor is a fair bit more likely than 4-0.
For sure, yeah. Well, we're still sitting here. Long think from Declare.
Well, pretty soon the next set's going to start, so...
We still have about 2 hours until the VU graph is going to start for the next set. An hour and a half for the players. There is a 30-minute delay, of course, for security reasons, mostly. There's the King of Clubs. Queen's gonna pop up, and now...
All to the round of applause of what took you so long. Alright, so he'll unblock the club, he'll cash all the clubs, take a diamond finesse, and plan.
I really hope so. I'm just letting you know that I really hope that's what happens, but Declare is in a position where he now has to guess the King of Diamonds. If East has the Diamond King, the diamonds get blocked, because you have to unblock the clubs. So we take a diamond finesse, East wins and plays a spade through, and now we lose access to the second diamond trick. So Declare could play a diamond to the ace, cash the club, and play a diamond back.
Presumably, this is because Declare only has this guess because Jan didn't duck the first heart, so...
Yes.
I think you should assume that he wasn't doing you any favors.
Yes, yeah. Although Declare could have ducked the first heart as well. I don't think... Declare had king third. So you could always isolate the hearts in West's hand, if necessary. I mean, yeah, now we're seeing another tank because Declare now realizes his problem. I think he's going to go right because the 2-heart overcall vulnerable amidst not just 2-bitting opponents, but South's 2 clubs opposite after even a weak no trump tends to indicate a relatively good hand. So I think West is marked with a pretty good hand for his 2-heart overcall.
Now, my experience with the 10 to 12 no trump is that anytime you open it, the opponents assume you're stealing from them.
Yes.
And I've gotten a couple bad results where they bid just horrendous games that came home on an incredibly lucky lie of the cards, where they're just like mad that we opened a 10-12 no trump. But much more often it was like they just bid way too much, got doubled, and went down 2 or 3 trucks.
Yeah. So restraint is very important opposite these weak no trumps. It doesn't, just because it says weak doesn't mean that they're not going to slaughter you in some contract you end up bidding. But yeah, I think for that reason, Jansma's probably more likely to hold the Diamond King than Josh Don.
Especially sort of like the less experienced players in lower events, I would notice you'd open a 10-12 no trump. There'd be like a lot of eye contact between the opponents, but they couldn't read their own eye contact when they were trying to give each other UI, and they were just like, I think they were both trying to transmit, but the only people that were receiving was our pair. Okay, come on, guys.
I mean, you gotta unblock the 10 of clubs, so that's definitely already happened. And
so first, they're not even actually juniors if they're taking this long to play this hand.
There have been some younger players that will remain nameless who may be relatively on the slow side. It does tend to be the case that younger players play a lot quicker. All right, there's the 10 of clubs. So Jansma actually has a problem on the 10 of clubs to start with.
Hopefully Jansma figured this out while he was like waiting 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
5-4-3 of diamonds is going to stop the suit as long as he follows that keep winners, throw losers, and leave the rest to mate part of defense.
Yeah, so Jansma does pitch the 9 of diamonds. I mean, this is a little bit scary, but yes, the 5-4-3 of diamonds actually does prevent Declara from scoring the overtrick here. But had Jansma, for example, pitched a heart, as long as Declara was counting, he would then not have a guess in diamonds anymore. He could just play a diamond to the ace, cash the club, and then exit a diamond because Jansma hadn't saved enough hearts. So, alright, Jansma removes the guess, or kind of removes the guess. It looks like Declara was going to do the right thing by leading the diamond queen. So that will be a hard-fought plus 400 for 4 clubs being made at the other table. 270 is, I believe, 7 imps. This is going the way of Rambo. They say 430. That doesn't sound right to me. Either way, I think it's 7 imps going the direction of Rambo, who I believe is up by 8, but it's really hard to say. Okay, board 26, we see a bit more distribution around the table here. West has this diamond void. So East passing in first seat. South has 17. And these colors, I'm just looking at their card, which is, of course, in a foreign language to me. I think this is a 15 to 17 no trump position for them, so South opens a no trump. Jansma has to decide how aggressive he wants to get in terms of overcalling.
I think I'm a bidder here with that. I love the void 6-4. It's just like just because partner's a past hand, we could easily still have a game. It's
right,
and here you make right. You're almost making a game.
Yeah, but so if you overcall, West still has a decision to make. Do you show both majors, or do you just show it as a single suited heart hand?
That's a good question. Because of the textures, I would go with 1 suit and hearts. The 2-card disparity and the hearts are just always going to be tricks, as long as they're trumps. I don't want to get tapped out in the spades.
Well, Jansma decides he doesn't want to make a choice, and so just passes. 2 spades by North, they transfer to clubs, it looks like. South likes clubs, the 3-club bid, maybe.
And North-South also have play for something.
They do. If they're able to pick up the club suit, they're in excellent shape. The other room did get to 5 clubs, and, I mean, supposedly went down 2. Which seems like a bit of a strange result to me. There's a club, a diamond, and a spade to lose, but beyond that, it's hard to imagine losing more. Well, East on lead. I mean, I guess East could give his partner diamond rough at trick 1. In this room, though, 3 no trump in the South is where we've landed.
So you're going to get a heart lead, you're going to win, and you're going to establish the diamonds. You're going to note that the diamonds are 5-0 with 5 in the East. And so that's going to mark the club play of starting with the queen, because starting with the ace works with the singleton and king in the West hand, and starting with the queen works with the singleton jack in the East hand. So I think Declare actually rates to make 3 now.
Yeah, and you're going to have to pick up the clubs, because 2 rounds of hearts are going to be played relatively quickly, so you don't really have time to give up a club trick. You're going to have to pick up at least 3 clubs to get up to 9 tricks. So low heart lead from Jansma.
Sure, why not?
It's his 4th best.
I would definitely have led like 5th or 6th best unless I was leading attitude, just to sort of, you might as well screw around with people.
All right, heart opening lead is going to go to the queen and ace, and then, as Michael predicts, I do think I'm broken. I can't get into the table. Okay, hold, please.
Let's say your partner half hitting hard on or declared only 1 stop, where they have to decide whether or not to knock out. They run some diamonds. You pitch 1 heart. You pitch, you pitch a couple of spades, and heart at least for your last pitch, and then they think that you only have 3 hearts to cash, so they knock out your ace. Then you surprise them by having that secret extra heart. Oh, and the pace of play. Oh my god.
It has been. It has
if there wasn't like an hour of
halt.
delays already, I'd have more patience. I think you're feeling the same as me.
King of diamonds, 9 of spades discard from West.
On the bright side, I'm not watching the Eagles game.
Not going in your favor.
I see that they have scored fewer points than their opponents at this point.
Ah.
I'm not that hung up on sports ball. It's just a Sunday, so. He did start diamonds with a king, which is sort of interesting. I thought he might have started diamonds low towards the dummy, just sort of increased flexibility, but now he's back in his hand. I don't think you have anything to do other than play the queen of clubs. You'd like to run the diamonds first, but you can't.
Yeah, exactly. So again, to the point, Declare has 4 diamonds and 2 hearts, needs to pick up 3 clubs, and there's the queen of clubs. That's gonna hold. Alright, Jansma covers with the king, so now Declare wins the ace, sees the jack fall, and this is gonna be
That's a pretty trick.
Yeah, this is gonna be a huge result for the Rambo team.
Gotta get those slams, is what Declare is saying right now. just 11 shorts, right? Yeah, I lost it.